The following program is for adult audiences only.
song. Every road we wander, black of night to gold of dawn, we'll see all that we could be.
It's time for the Mixin and Chillin blog. Even if they implemented some ridiculous laws, this is something that if somebody truly wants to do this, they can still do it. But it's going to take a lot of effort on the vapors' part to actually learn what it takes to make your own stuff.
I wouldn't change anything.
I don't know what the heck happened to the last hour of my life, but it certainly wasn't streamed on YouTube like I thought it was. Restrictive policies block progress towards smoke-free world. Many people incorrectly think that very little nicotine content cigarettes are less carcinogenic than current cigarettes. This risk misperception by people who smoke could reduce motivation to quit under a nicotine reduction policy.
That's a bit of a problem. Someone who specialises in helping people kick the habit is Dr. Colin Mendelsohn. He joins me now.
Look, vaping is a far less harmful alternative to smoking for adult smokers who just can't quit, and that's actually the majority of them.
The road to quitting smoking is paved with candy. Double chocolate clear from TFA. Published in the Vaping Post, we have long-term study. Vaping increases odds of quitting heavy smoking. This is Kenny Thompson, the Vaping Heed. He's got a YouTube channel. He's been on here a lot longer than I have. I'm not going to stop until this is legal and available for everyone. You know, I cover things from all around the globe, but that's because science has no boundaries.
I mean, you know, the FDA and everything would know that vaping is safer than smoking, but they'll have the pressure off the tobacco companies or the states that are in the MnC and all that. It's just a financial thing, and unfortunately that takes precedence against everything. And
All of the things we went through. You just made my day. Just made my day. You made my day. You made my day.
Grab your juice, grab your vape, it's time to get this party started.
It's time for the Mixin and Chillin blog.
Long-term study.
vaping is safer than smoking.
Smoke-free world. Hello and welcome, everyone. Time for another episode of Mixing and Chilling with Hunky Vape and Kenny the Vaping Heed.
Hello.
Man, has it been such a long time since we were on our last live vlog. Holy moly. For all those you wondering, yes, the dog is doing better. We'll have some pictures to show off on our later segment when we talk about our pets. And that got me thinking, you know, maybe we should add that to our show so that it isn't just hand checks that people send us. Maybe they can send us pictures of their pets as well. What do you think of that, mate?
Possibly, yeah.
Yeah.
That would be cool.
And the disclaimers down below. This show contains mature adult content that is not appropriate for minors or adults who have a large stick up their ass. As you can tell by the thumbnail, Australia is in the midst of a big orgy. Hawk Tuah. Giving everybody a knob job over there. Who's giving one to who? That's the question we need to try and unravel for today. What is going on in Australia? Are they legalizing cocaine in Australia? What happened to Australia's prescription model for vaping? Is Australian vapes going to be available under or behind the counter? And where? What store is it going to be available at? Is BlackMarketButler adopting THRworks? Or is this just one big knob job to Big Tobacco and Big Pharma? I mean, we want to know. We're going to be out there. We quit smoking, right? We quit buying Big Tobacco products in favor of vaping so that we didn't smoke. And now is Australia forcing everybody to go back to Marlboros? and buy their vapes from them instead. And, well, you guys probably know by now, right? There's a pharmacy-only availability for vapes in Australia. That's what this legislation's in the process of doing, right? Stamping out all of the vape shops and letting you go to the pharmacy to buy it. And it's essentially a flavor ban because you only get tobacco, mint, and menthol to choose from. Ugh. No, thank you. So, obviously, the vape shops are going to be dying because they took the vapes and they made them legal consumer products. Still don't know who's going to be allowed to import into the pharmacies, whether you're going to be able to get any kind of vape whatsoever, or whether you're going to have to settle for whatever that pharmacy chooses to supply. We don't really know. None of it is written in stone yet, right? They're still in the process of trying to legislate this whole deal, right? But it's going to be the same effect as it is here in the States. If they pass this and require it to only be available for sale in the pharmacy, every single vape shop out there is closed, done. And they didn't even get the courtesy of like 6 months to like get rid of all their inventory. They're giving them a deadline at like July 1st is what the rumor is. So my question is, see, there's all these questions we got to answer today. Oh, it's going to take forever to get through the show today. But we got to address these issues. We can't just let, things happen and just stand by the wayside going, oh, well, we lost all our human rights to make a bodily choice on what we choose to put in our bodies or not choose to consume. No, we will not go silently by. And my question is, are this new legislation, is it really going to stop the tobacconist fire bombings? We had another one last night, just yesterday. We're going to talk about that in the news. And let's bring it to the forefront. Let's talk about who is to blame for the black market vapes that are in Australia right now. Who's the one that we should point the finger to and say, it's your fault that these are all black market products, right? Because here in the States, well, the FDA is in the battle with the Supreme Court. They have their case before them. They haven't been granted territory yet. I think they're waiting for the Chevron case to go through. When they change the Chevron difference, that's going to blow FDA out of the water, and it's going to be totally pertinent for the case, so they can't deal with the FDA case before they deal with Chevron. So we haven't heard anything about anything yet. So anyway, supposed to find out about it before they quit for the term, whatever that means. Anyway, FDA did authorize the menthol pods for the NJOY and for their other NJOY single-like 2012 technology. All right. So is this a good thing or a bad thing for public health? You and I both say it's a good thing, but there's other Nimrods out there crying the blues saying, oh my God, the kids are going to be vaping. Nobody buys these. Nobody. Except for the smoker that goes, maybe I ought to give that a try. Right? Regardless. They finally have a menthol pod available for smokers to transition to. Is menthol good for you? Is it beneficial for anything? Show me the science, because we need answers, and we don't like to take things on hearsay. So we got a scientific study to take a look at and find out, is it good for me to use this instead of the tobacco yucky flavor?
Exactly.
This is a menthol pod. I bought menthol to begin with because I didn't want a tobacco taste in my mouth. And guess what? It's still a tobacco taste. It's a tobacco menthol.
Can I just confirm for our audiences, look, we are now streaming on multi-platforms. Here on my screen, here we are on YouTube, here we are on X, and here we are on Rumble. So we're on 3 that I've got, and I'm sure Alex has got a Twitter one
and
as well.
Twitch.
You're on, and Twitch. So them's the 3 accounts
We've been on
I've
Twitch,
got,
but
so
there's hardly any viewers on Twitch. The gaming platform. People don't
There you
go there
go,
to watch
boys and girls.
podcasts.
We are streaming live on multi-channels, so hands off.
Moving up in the world. Yes.
Well done, sir. Well done, sir.
We're getting there. But before we dive into all this monstrosity, there is something that we do need to take care of. We have a fellow vapor out there. We talked about him last time we were live 2 weeks ago, right? Had double bypass done, right? He's got like $250,000 of medical bills now because of his double bypass that the hospital screwed up by not treating his heart chest pain when he first went to the hospital. They blew it off and said, it's just indigestion, go home. 3 or 4 days later, the guy couldn't stand it anymore. So he's like, I'm not taking no for an answer. I'm going to the hospital and they're going to give me an answer on what's causing this. It's not indigestion. I took their medicine. It didn't do anything. So they went in, they did an evaluation on him. They got him scheduled for a cardiac cath. Then they figured, if it is his heart, we'll put a stent in. Problem was he waited too long. He didn't wait. The hospital told him it wasn't his heart. And then, sorry, I guess it is. Long story short, he had to have a pacemaker put in and double bypass done. And the guy started a GoFundMe page. Do I have it already opened up here? Doesn't matter. I have a link. Let's get the link opened up.
Oh, my apologies. I'm the Mixin. Shit.
And yes, that wasn't clickbait. This is a legit source, legit website. This was Australia Channel 9. Talking about how Australia,
Give me a moment, folks.
there's an MP that wants to push and legalize cocaine. People probably thought I was like, that's just clickbait. That's just clickbait. It's not clickbait. Anyway, Apathy Miller started this GoFundMe page, right? And only 7 people have donated to help him out. $330 is all that's been donated so far. That ain't enough to even cover 1 week being out of work. So, I'm going to be donating to the cause, and I want you guys to donate to the cause. Listen, we got to help each other out. It takes a village to survive in today's economy. Kenny's video feed is frozen. I don't know.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
So, here's what we're going to do. You donate to the cause, and you send me an email, contest@hunkyvape.com. It's not a contest, it's a waffle. And I'm going to pick random generator, and I'm going to send whoever is the winner of the waffle my latest products that I got extras of to review. And you'll come with coils. All you got to do is donate to help Apathy Miller out and send me an email that you donated. It's the email address is contest@hunkyvape.com, and then we'll pull the waffle and figure out who gets this. But I'm going to send somebody out there for donating and helping Apathy Miller out. One of each of these. Beautiful. This is a Nevox Feelin AX and the Nevox Feelin 2. Way better than the NJOY Ace. Come on. Do I need to put it into the chat? Let me drop it in the chat. Gotta help the dude out, Imagine if you were in his shoes right now. And being that they had to crack his chest open, literally, like you see in the movies, guy's gonna be off work for months. Months! Least we can do is help a guy out,
Definitely. Get well soon anyway, sir. Get well soon.
Yeah, I feel bad for the guy. So how's your new job working out there, Kenny?
Good. The training is going well. It is my big day on Thursday. I've got my official driving test for a bus, so that's when it all goes serious, so to speak. If I pass that, then happy days. If I get that done, I'll be a qualified driver then. Yeah.
Is the pay better than Amazon? Or is it just the working conditions
About the
that are
same,
better?
but it's less. It's just the working conditions as well. There's just less stress and less zooming about.
Yeah, the
Bus
weather
driving
here has
is
been
totally the opposite.
atrocious. Whereas, instead of having to get in and out of the Amazon van all day long, you'll be able to sit in the bus the whole shift.
Yeah. It's just
Nice air conditioned.
instead of rushing around, bus is the opposite. You just lay it back, take your time. Come on, people, get your ass on. Great.
Yeah,
Do
you
it.
can't hurry because then you'll mess up the bus schedule. You take your time and arrive at the stops on a regular basis like you're supposed to.
No. They encourage you to run about 5 minutes late. You know why? There's always that one person running to catch the bus who's late. That's the person you get on the bus.
That's fantastic. I never thought about
Method in the
you know?
madness, my friend. There's
never
always
thought
somebody
about
that's late for the bus. And they always run just a little bit late. Not massively late, just a little bit late. So all them people who think
No,
they're gonna
I
miss the
don't
bus can
have.
catch ya.
60 Walk, I asked, do any of you have the Armor Max? And what are your thoughts of it? I do not have it. I thought about ordering that the last
Nope.
time I placed an order, but I was already at the $300 mark and just like, no. Can't justify that.
I haven't got that one, matey. Can't tell you. Do apologize.
If anybody in chat has it, drop a notice and let him know. Drop a message.
Definitely.
That's what we're here for, folks. We're here to help each other out. It isn't just the privacy policy that we're here for so that we can all, have a nice Hawk Tuah moment.
I love that.
Have you seen the video? What caused this rapid viral sensation?
I haven't, no.
There was some guy that was just interviewing girls. We'll check into that later when we get to the dad section.
Yeah.
We can really go off the deep end.
It looks
60 Walk, I
sexy.
said,
but
looks
how
kind of
can
sexy.
watching-
Yeah, I have seen
How
it.
can
It does look really cool. Yep. I'm the same way, man.
How can watching somebody take a dump be sexy? I'm sorry.
That's not what the Hawk Tuah is all about, man. They asked this girl a question, right? And her answer was, you have to give the guy a nice good old Hawk Tuah and spit on that thing before you give the knob job.
Oh God.
That's what they're talking about,
Holy
man.
shit.
We'll get to that
Wow.
later in the dad joke section.
Wow, just totally wow.
And Mallory Gates is right. It's all about fat bottom girls. They make their rockin' world all come down.
Wow. I'm just
Yep. And I don't care what you guys send him. I don't care what you guys send him. Even if you send him $1, you qualify for the waffle, right? Send him $1, send him $5, whatever you can afford, send it to his recovery, please.
Yeah, help the guy out.
I'm going to drop the link in chat again. I'm going to drop the link in all the chats. I don't know why
Definitely.
X isn't working. Free Ride Vapor, hello and welcome. 60 Wackeye, Sean Lynch, Jason Vapes, Mallory Gates, the Vaping Snowman, and the first one here today was...
Who was first in?
Chris
Who was first in the
Earl.
day?
Chris Earl was
Oh,
first
well
today.
done.
He's like, hey, all you wonderful, beautiful THR advocates. There you go. Hot diggity.
Wow.
Fantastic.
No, 60 watt guy. This is me old Hard Run 220, and I've dug a bit of retro vape out myself. That there is the bulk RTA. Remember that one, the bulk?
Yes, I have the bulk. I loved it.
Yeah,
Pretty damn good vape.
it was by UK US Review as well. What they call them again? Ah,
Yes,
It's
sir.
gone.
Brain fart
his
myself.
name is gone. He's gone. Oh man.
He used to do a show on a regular basis with Mike Vapes
Hmm.
and TVP and all them. The clan.
Vape and Fagan. That's him.
Vape and Fagan. Yes, sir.
Vape and Fagan. That's
Not
who
Fagan.
designed that. That's the one.
I am still rocking the Fat Rabbit 2. I'm waiting for the new one
Ooh.
coming. They said that they sent it. I haven't seen it yet. But I love this thing.
Rabbits are so hard.
It's starting to be about the time for me to re-wick it, but it is better than the Fat Rabbit, the original Fat Rabbit.
You weren't really a fan of that, were you? Because it dumped all the juice out, didn't it, in your bag or something?
Yeah, but I mean, other than that, other than my fault for putting in the bag in a hot summer sun when I was going in and out of air-conditioned stores and then out in the sun and going for walks on our vacation in Tennessee and hating it because it puked its guts on my camera, it is a good rebuildable tank. And the Fat Rabbit 2 does give you better flavor, probably 20-25% better flavor than the original one.
Wow. I think I've got the original. Yeah. I think I've got the original. See, I'm not. And I might upset a few people on this, but I'm not a big fan of the Rabbit series. I just kind of get away with the high coils. The coils are high and then long wicks. I can't get away with it.
Still got the Solo. Fat Rabbit Solo. I did that one, what,
Oh.
2-3 episodes ago? We did that as the retro device. And I'm very impressed with the flavor on that. And you can adjust the side coil airflow versus the bottom coil airflow. It's just, I think the flavor is just as good as the Fat Rabbit 2. If you get the airflow right. That's the problem with some of these ones. Like, they give you too many options, which is a good thing if you're in rebuildables, because then you could choose, a wide gamut of, how much wattage you want to push through it. But the flavor on those things is as good as any of these coils that you get, the coil tanks that you have. And as an update on this lovely gem, 15% left. And I use this when
That's
we're
still
camping.
going. Is that still going? Jesus Christ. Wow.
15% left. And like I said, when we went camping, all I took with me was these. That's it. This was my backup, which I actually ended up using quite a bit. I was kind of surprised how enjoyable it was. Just having this around my neck. I don't even have to reach for my rebuildable mod and tank. If this is hanging around my neck, I just go, keep driving, keep moving around my business. But very impressed with them. I've got a couple of products that you guys saw, the Nevox, the Feelin and the Feelin AX. They're in the process of getting reviewed now. And the
Can I
coil
show you
options for
something?
this, you can do mouth to lung or direct lung.
Can I show you something? You've probably seen them, or you may not have seen these, right? But you know
What's that,
how
mate?
you know how the current laws in the UK are 600 pub devices for
Yeah.
disposables, yeah? Check this out. This is the best loophole I've ever seen, right? Check that out. There's 4 flavors in that, 4 pods, all at 600 puffs each. Work that out. And they go for 10 quid.
For 4 devices.
There's
That is amazing.
There's 4 flavors in that one device. You turn the bottom and you turn the cap, and there's a flavor.
So there's 4 of them to choose from.
Yeah, and they're all 600 puffs each. So there you go. Is that a loophole or is that a loophole?
That is great. I love it. I love it.
It's class, isn't it? Yeah. So
you know, they want to
basically,
cry the
the
blues
gun-
because they have those 600 puff limits on these little rinky-dink things that are bought. People have to buy 2 or 3 of these to get through a day and a half, right? Why?
I think it's brilliant. I do. I think they're
You
absolutely
can get one of
brilliant.
these that'll last you a whole month.
See, I've seen them and I thought they were just one big, massive disposable. But then I'm sure the Ben one was, oh no, there's 4 flavors and went, no way. Now I had a look and I tell you what it is. The mint. I might get one
That
myself.
reminds me, remember the pen we had when we were growing up, the 4 different colors you could choose from? It was one pen
Yes.
that had 4 actual ink pens inside them. And you could pick whatever color you wanted to write with.
I've got one. I've got 4 of them. You hang around your neck. I've got Amazon. You can buy a pack of 5 on Amazon for about 5 or something. You hang around your
Yeah,
neck.
they're so
still
cheap
going.
nowadays.
Yeah, they're brilliant. Love them. But yeah, I was amazed by that product because I was thinking 2,400 puffs, that's illegal. And then I looked and I went, well, technically it's not. It's 600 puffs per pod. Fucking cracked it.
Well, see, that's the other thing. And this is something somebody left a comment on the review for that one, the non-disposable, because it's not even tobacco-free. It's tobacco-free nicotine, so it's not even a real tobacco product. And it's rechargeable, so it's technically not disposable. But 30,000 puffs is what this one is. I've got another one that I just started the review on. This is a 15,000 puff one. But what is a puff? How long is an actual puff? Is it 1 second, 1.5, 1.2, 2 seconds, 3 seconds? What's the puff? Somebody was complaining on the video, the review. They're like, oh man, there ain't no way you're just a shill out there telling people that this will last them a month. I bought one and it was at 80% in 2 days. I'm like, well, I don't know what kind of puff you're taking on it, but that's not the experience I had. And I've got 6 of these suckers. See, my puff is like 1.2 seconds. When you look at a mod, it tells you exactly how long your puff is. My average is probably 1.2 seconds. Other people's puffs might be 4 seconds long or 5 seconds long. William Dobson, Michael Redfern, hello and welcome to the stream. All right, we've got our vape advocates here. I think it's time for us to move past the niceties and face some reality. In the
Go
news.
for it, sir. Go for it. Roll it.
Time for a little rage sweat. And like I pointed out earlier, folks, this is not a joke. This is not clickbait. There is an MP in Australia that is literally pushing to legalize cocaine. The New South Wales Greens MP calls for regulation of the cocaine industry. And I get why they're saying that. It makes perfect sense. When you take a look at harm reduction, you want to make sure that people don't die from a tainted supply. They keep talking about how bad it is to have these dodgy vapes. We don't know what's in these vapes. They're dodgy products because there's no regulations keeping them safe. No, technically, I see where you're coming from. But in reality, the products that the people are buying in Australia and using, even ones bought by the criminal gangs, are legit products in other countries. They're just not legal in your country because you haven't been smart enough to come up with regulations on what is safe to put inside these things and put them for sale where people want to buy them. It's a right dog's breakfast in Australia. So, are they actually going to legalize cocaine? Probably not. It's unlikely to be adopted because, they're following the science.
That's crazy. Science
but they're
is
finally
cocaine.
Talking about it. Yeah, but it doesn't. How many of our presidents were doing it? Wouldn't surprise me to find out that there's more than one. You know who I'm talking about. Orange Man. Every time he was giving a speech, all you heard him.
I'm good. Hang on a minute.
Donald, do you have allergies? I take my Fifth Amendment right. I'm not telling you nothing.
I think there's probably every politician on the planet on it, man.
It doesn't kill you if it's a safe supply. Are some people going to overdo it and become addicts? Well, yeah. But you know what? Everybody's different. Some people could do this every single day, and you would never know that they're a regular cokehead. And then you have other people that do it once, and that's all they ever want to do for the rest of their life. They don't want to worry about anything but that.
The risk with it. The risk is the shit they put in it. That's the risk. The pure. I mean, I've seen it's the same with the heroin. It's the shit they put in it because you'll find that's when somebody does OD on one of these, it's because it's pure. It hasn't got any shit in. It's a shit. You know what I mean?
More than likely, it's not the fact that it's just pure. Yes, pure is going to give you a much bigger high, but that's not going to kill you because you're going to get that high and it's going to give you the reaction time to go, oh man, I've had too much. I got to stop. Right? The problem is they lace it with all kinds of other crap, or they're not even selling you the cocaine. They're selling you fentanyl mixed with drywall.
Yeah.
And you're getting high from the fentanyl, but it's not evenly distributed inside of the coke that you bought. Right? That's where the harm comes. Is there a country in the planet that's legalized drugs already that maybe, I don't know, other countries could look to and go, how'd that work out for you? Should we consider that here? I mean, we've had this war on drugs since Nixon declared it, right? Longer than we've been alive, most of us out there. Has it worked or has it made the problem worse? I think the answer is quite obvious. We talked about it last week on the news, that whole commercial with the frying pan and the egg, right? You got the white egg that doesn't get caught, that just sits there in the pan, happily sitting in the pan, not affected by his regular drug use. And you got a brown egg that got caught, goes to jail, spends his time in jail, heads to live with a criminal record his entire life, can't get a job, can't get higher education, can't get a student loan, can't do all this. And his whole life is now demeaned because he chose to consume something one night in the wrong place at the wrong time and got busted for it.
Yeah.
But then you got other people who do it every single weekend and never get busted for it because they know the right people and they know the right lawyers. They got enough money to get out of the jam they're in. Would you be surprised to find out Portugal legalized all drugs back in 2001? Has it solved everything in the world? No. There's still people selling black market stuff in Portugal, but they can't have it on the same scale they had it on before legalization because, well, you can get a safe product. Yes, it's taxed, but they use that tax money to pay for the national health care for the whole country.
Problem solved.
And they monitor your usage. You know, if you become an addict, well, then you're going to get shipped into appropriate treatment for your addiction. But if you're not addicted to it, you're just consuming it on a regular basis, as long as you have a job and you aren't like losing your life to your consumption of it, then go about your life. We'll collect our tax money. It'll pay for everybody's health care. Problem solved. War on drugs almost abolished.
Yeah.
No, we'll get to that one too. So what's going on in Australia? This dog breakfast. Australia plans to restrict vape sales to pharmacies from next week. What? But you just got done telling the whole world about how bad vaping is, and it's the demon child that's going to possess all of our children. Like the True Cost campaign tells you that nicotine will do to your child's adolescent brain. Has it killed people? Anywhere? Anyone?
Nope.
No. But they brainwashed half the population. Actually, it's greater than half the population. A latest study I saw, and when I was watching the Global Forum on Nicotine, I watched their videos since we were camping during the whole event, so I didn't watch anything live. So I watched the replay videos that are already posted. And would you be surprised or shocked to find out that there's countries on the planet where 90 to 95% of the doctors get nicotine completely wrong?
Well, believe that. Well, believe that.
They think that all of the tobacco-related illnesses is caused by nicotine. That's not the truth. Alcohol consumption gives you a greater chance of cancer than nicotine consumption does, as long as nicotine consumption is divorced from combustion, divorced from the 7,000 chemicals and the 70 carcinogens in every single cigarette puff, because you lit it on fire before you breathed it in.
Yeah, it's just. It's out of a prodigy. Would you run into a burning building and inhale all the friggin' smoke from a burning building? Nope.
No. I have a better analogy, and I was like debating, how far do we get into the news before I bring it up? But it's just like, here's exactly what we have right now, okay? I actually bought something that's not practical for me to buy, right? Well, my kids are grown. But I bought it anyway because I think it's a great analogy for today's episode, right? You see this?
Oh, my God.
It's a toy, right? It's a Star Trek phaser. But I needed this to be able to get people to understand something, okay? Mallory Gates lives in the greatest crime city in the United States. And why is it the greatest crime city in the United States? Because they've completely abolished, as much as they can legally, guns. Nobody's allowed to have a gun except for the cops. Did it stop the criminals from having guns?
Nope.
Did it stop collectors from buying guns out of state and bringing them home and keeping them in their closet? Because they want some protection in case somebody breaks into their house. And they don't have 5 minutes to wait for the police to get there. People buy guns to use as a shield so that they don't get killed by some criminal trying to take something they have, right? So let's say in today's day and age, somebody comes up with a piece of technology that lets you stun somebody, right? Just like Star Trek phasers did. They would stun them. You just incapacitate them. I mean, we've got like stun guns that send darts out and then shoot 20,000 volts through your system, and tasers that you have to push up against somebody's skin because it's got metal contact, do the same thing. But let's say that somebody came up with the technology solution to guns and you could stand back and protect yourself. And if the guy wouldn't stop coming towards you, or he pulled his gun and he was going to literally shoot you, you could stun him. And he would fall to the ground and be harmless. And while he's laying down on the ground, you could restrain him, or you could make your flee and get away, waiting for the cops to show up. This is like vaping. If somebody came up with something like this and it started selling everywhere, I bet there would be some kid that would pick it up and go, oh, it's a cool toy, and start stunning people for nothing because it's just fun, right?
Yeah.
Oh, my God, we got to ban it. Has it ever killed anybody? No. Could it ever kill anybody? Highly unlikely unless you did a bunch of things wrong with it. Like you set the thing to overload, you cross-wired the circuits inside, you could get it to blow up, whatever. Well, it's kind of like a mech mod.
You set the phases to kill, Mr. Spock.
Yeah, or you modified it so that it could kill. But it's like vaping, man. If you use this properly, it's not going to kill anybody, ever. It's not going to give you cancer, heart disease, strokes, emphysema, any of the numerous illnesses that smoking does every single day and does on a rate of 8 million deaths a year. And somebody came along and gave you a way to consume nicotine without ever killing anybody. Are we going to lock it behind a pharmacy? Does that make sense? Are we going to banish it?
Seems that weird.
Huh? Or are we going to put restrictions on it so that this thing can't actually stun somebody? It just gives them a little shock. No, because you're going to use it in a situation where somebody's going to kill you if you don't have it. It's the same thing.
A life-threatening event.
We got to think of the children. No. What about the rest of society?
The thing is, they're both designed to preserve life, not take it.
Exactly. But see, the problem is Mark Butler's insidious programs and mental health education and public health education campaigns have been telling people that these things will kill you. So half the people are brainwashed into thinking, oh, this is the worst thing since they came out with automatic weapons. And now he looks like a tool, knob job in Big Tobacco because, well, he's changing what he said. Despite the fact that he's following the science has already been shown. The Cochrane Library tells you, you use this, you will quit smoking.
Just touching on that, I was watching. I caught some of Legion's live stream on Sunday morning, and they were talking something about this, and they were talking about the actual list of products that you could get from the pharmacies, and some of the products are well-known names and brands and decent kits apparently. So that everybody's like saying, are they doing a little bit of a U-turn on this? You know what I mean? So just a flat. They
are doing a U-turn. Let's be honest.
Yeah.
If let's look at it this way, okay? If everything that was going on in tobacco control was part of a scientific study, we have now reached the point in our study where you cannot continue the study because you know the answer. You know how to save people's lives, and you know that if you do anything else, you're killing people.
Exactly.
We talked about this one already. The data has already been presented to us. Pathways to smoke-free New Zealand versus Australia. They've had a long history of aggressive tobacco control policies, driving the price of a pack of cigarettes up to $50 a pack. Did it stop people from smoking? No.
Hell no.
All it did was stop people from buying the government tax stamp cigarettes, and now it's all black market, chop, roll your own smokes. Because we're not paying $50 in taxes to get a pack of smokes. Not when I can buy a bag of chop for $10 and roll my own. We already talked about this on our e-cigarette summit episode. Ben Udan gave an amazing presentation of what's going on in New Zealand and how they're going to be smoke-free by the end of this year. They will have reached their smoke-free 2025 goals. You know, they did exactly the same thing for the longest time. And then all of a sudden something changed. And now Australia's smoke-free goals got bumped up to 2030. And there's no way in hell they're going to achieve it with the way that the results are in the graph of, you know, users over time. There's a massive change here. Why the sudden divergence? Oh, because they told the frickin' truth. That's the only difference. Rather than lying to people and scaring the shit out of them and telling them a bunch of lies, over-exaggerations of potential harm, they just told people the truth. And then, get this, they didn't tax the less harmful product the way they do the deadly product. And then people naturally said, why am I going to spend $20 on a pack of smokes when for $10 I can buy one of these and this will last me a couple days? And it tastes good. Duh. What is everybody going to go and do? Here's how they literally portray things differently. Here's New Zealand. Vaping's way less harmful than smoking. Vape to quit strong. Visit our website at vapingfacts.health.nz versus Australia. Every vape is a hit to your health.
And there's somebody lying there in a oxygen mask.
I know dozens of people that vape and they aren't laying in a hospital bed on a ventilator. You're full of shit. I don't believe anything you have to say ever.
Facts help. Full fact sheet. Everything there to help you quit.
Here's something that I just recently found out this past week. How many places in Australia do you think there are where you can go and buy a pack of cigarettes? I don't think you'd ever get this right.
I would have thought every gas station, convenience store,
right.
Whatever.
So how many do you think there are in the whole great land of Australia? The great mass desert where it's full of bugs that'll kill you.
Oh. How many? God, that's like asking how long's a piece of string.
Yeah, you're right.
Top of me head. 1 million. There you go. There's a random number. 1 million.
Come on now. That's way out there. What's the population of Australia? I can't imagine that everybody in Australia is a cigarette seller.
You want to bet? you haven't got the indigenous tribes and the Aborigines yet.
26 million.
Hey?
So 1 out of 26 people are selling cigarettes? I don't think so.
Bet not.
So how many cigarette stores would be needed for the 26 million people in Australia, of which 10% of them smoke? 10% of 26 million people smoke. And that's very generous, 10%. Latest thing I saw was like 15%.
2.5 million.
You got 2.5 million people smoking. How many stores need to cater to those smokers?
50,000.
You hit the nail on the head. There are currently 40 to 50,000 places that legally sell tax cigarettes in Australia, and that doesn't include the black market. So there's probably, let's just say 20,000 places or people that are selling illegal cigarettes in Australia because they've taxed it so hard that nobody wants to pay $50 a pack for smokes. When you can buy it from somebody on the black market for 10 or 15, right? How many Australian pharmacies do you think there are?
If it went in the black market, it might be 1 million.
Yeah. No wonder they want to legalize cocaine over there.
Could show them like a killing, wouldn't they? Literally.
Well, the reason they want to do it is because somebody has the brains to realize, man, we still can't get rid of it. It's been banished our entire lives. Here we go. Australia seizes record 1.4 tons of cocaine on one yacht.
The catch-22 with that, you know, like if you've got something that's illegal and you're trying to combat the illegal whatever, import whatever, is making it legal the answer? Because obviously some drugs that you just could not make legal.
Right, but the whole thing is if you let people have the tamer drugs, will they turn to the illicit, unsafe drugs like ketamine when... Actually, I can't even say ketamine anymore because during the Global Forum on Nicotine, the Policy of Drug Harm Reduction Alliance or whatever, our favorite guru in chief, talked about how he had a wonderful ketamine experience. Any drug can be a safe drug if it's consumed properly and not overdone. It's like alcohol. If everybody is restricted to only drinking Everclear, well, you're going to see lots of problems with alcohol use. But when you've got a beer that's 2.6% alcohol, people consume that every single day.
You can actually get alcohol-free beer, to be quite honest with you.
Not if it was treated the same as vaping. It would be banned. You can only buy Everclear. How does that make sense to anybody? Same with gun control. You know, imagine if they said that, you know what? You're not allowed to have pistols. You're not allowed to have knives. You're not allowed to have any type of weapon unless it's an Uzi or a cannon. Then you're allowed to have. Then you're allowed to go out and buy it. And not only are you allowed to buy it, but we've got 40 to 50,000 places where you can go buy it anytime you want. No questions asked. But if you want to buy a pea shooter or a BB gun or a Nerf gun, well, you need to go to a restricted specialty place to get that. But we're not going to restrict the Uzis. They're going to be available everywhere.
My issue with the American guns, right? I do believe you've got the right to arm yourselves, right? But I think if you want a weapon or a firearm at home, it should be standardized. You shouldn't be allowed to use, I don't know, an Uzi or an automatic gun. You should just have a standardized...
It is against the law for you to have an Uzi or an automatic gun. There are licensed collectors that can have it. There are certain circumstances where you can have it. But but just to carry, your common sense legislation has limited that. But the thing is, if somebody wants to take an AR-15 that is limited to single fire shots and convert it to an automatic, you can go to any website you want and a 3D printer and print a little thing to convert it to a fully automatic military grade weapon.
Yeah.
And it's gotten to the point now where they legit have 3D printed bump stocks that literally uses the fact that you have recoil in the gun so that it becomes an automatic weapon. Making it banned doesn't fix anything. It only makes the problem worse.
I don't think they should ban them. I just think they should obviously have what I would say looking in is maybe a bit of tougher law enforcement. By all means, let everybody have a handgun to protect their property or to carry, fine. But walking around with these AKs and everything, keep them for the gun clubs. know what I mean?
I got a solution. It's going to be the opposite of yours. Mandatory concealed carry. But in order for you to have a permit to do that, you need to have a mental health exam and pass.
Oh, yes.
That you don't have any mental health conditions that would warrant that.
That's still a risk anyway, because we've had a case over here where a guy, he had a gun license. He was fucking, at the time, everything hunky-dory, happy-dory. And then all of a sudden, one day he just went snap and went doolally. Just one day.
You will never get 100% compliance with whatever you choose to do.
No. Totally not. Yeah, totally agree.
But Australia is a complete dog's breakfast. And they're just like, let's throw the legislation up in the air and whatever lands by whatever everybody's input is, that's what we're going to adopt. How is that following the science? You've got a perfect example right off your shore on how to do it properly. This bullshit about tobacco restrictions and flavor bans in Australia, they're literally only going to authorize in the pharmacy for you to buy tobacco, mint, and menthol. That's a part of the solution, but not the way they're implementing it. What you want to do is, out of the 40 or 50,000 places that are selling cigarettes that you've chosen not to do anything about, that actually kills people, that's where you sell your tobacco, mint, and menthol. But you have all these specialty stores should be licensed to sell any flavor that anybody wants. That's what they're doing in New Zealand. Specialty stores, you can get any flavor vape you want. So now they're saying it's only mint. It's tobacco or mint.
I think in the UK, I think UK Bureau were pushing for vape shops to be licensed so they can be regulated, blah, 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 and sell everything, basically.
Well, here's how preposterous Australia is. Australia said, okay, since we're going to make it a medicine, which I don't think it's a fucking medicine, it's no more medicine than this bottle of water is. This bottle of water is therapeutic. In a 37 degrees Celsius day outside, you have to consume this or you're going to get dehydrated. Right? So this is a therapeutic product to prevent dehydration in the summer sun. But that doesn't mean because it's therapeutic that it only can be available in a pharmacy. That's absurd.
Holy shit, that was hot.
Here's what's currently going on over there with their current regulations, where, 90% of the people that vape don't have a prescription and don't ever plan on getting one, no matter what the government passes as laws. Exactly. Criminal gangs come over and go, listen, man, you want cocaine, you want heroin, you want LSD, you want a gun? I'll give you your Uzi if you give me the money. You can never stop anything.
Nope.
The only way that you can have an impact on it is to have reasonable regulations where the economy of the people that want it dictate the price. And you need to be cheaper than what the black market's going to do. And how you do that is you have it for sale everywhere.
It's kind of like that argument in the UK why we should legalize cannabis, because you'd wipe shitloads of drug dealers off the planet just like that.
Yeah. So here we go. Mount Isa tobacconist shop firebombed, right? Here we're directly located between the Civic Center, the Family Fun Park, and a Woolworths. Blew up. Because of the ridiculous taxes and prohibitions they have going on in Australia.
Wow.
Criminal gangs look at the prescription model and go, we can sell it. We'll sell cigarettes because you don't give a shit about cigarettes. So nobody's going to come in here and check and see if we're actually, selling cigarettes because we call ourselves a tobacconist. But we're also going to sell whatever the hell you want. You want marijuana? You want cocaine? You want heroin? You want an Uzi? We'll give you whatever you want, man. It's going to be behind the counter, around the corner. If you ask for it, we'll give it to you. You give us the cash. Is that what they
Supply and
proposed?
demand,
It's
maybe.
going to be available everywhere? No.
Supply,
you do that?
supply and demand. Supply and demand.
Here's how ridiculous it is. You're going to love it. Oh, Daily Mail. What a joke. Anyway.
Another rag.
Yeah. However, Trinit Williams, a Western Australia man, 49 years old, is going to be going to jail and fined after cops found a vape in his car.
Oh, Jesus.
What?
Holy moly, man.
Listen, he talked about it. He talked about it in here. Where's the chart? Here you go. Here's your chart. Let's take a look at New Zealand versus Australia, okay? Possession of unauthorized nicotine in Australia is a penalty of $32,000 and potentially 2 years in prison. For not wanting to smoke a
Medicines,
cigarette.
Poisons. So we've got Medicines, Poisons, and Therapeutic Goods Act, and then cannabis is drugs of dependence amendment act. What the fuck?
Well, yeah.
Fuck.
Because they decided it's not actually a poison, and it's not technically a therapeutic product, because back then they didn't have enough evidence to guarantee that it's going to give you therapeutic benefits. But obviously it does for some. So it's
$100
totally
for
illegal.
meth, heroin, ecstasy, LSD. $100. Fucking hell.
Or if you can't afford the $100 because you spend it all on the cocaine, you can go to health education class and not have to pay anything.
Well, there you go, folks. If you want to become a drug user, there's the place to fucking go. Holy
Except
shit.
if your drug of choice is nicotine and you don't want to smoke a cigarette, then it's going to cost you 2 years of your life in jail and $32,000 penalty.
That's fucking just horse shit.
And they can't figure out why we've got tobacconist firebombings going on here. It doesn't make any sense to us. We're just trying to, I don't know, reduce cigarette smoking. Where's the chart where they compare what they're doing to one thing versus what they're doing to the other? Oh, this is the success story. It's got to be earlier on in this presentation. It's just 33 slides that sums up the entire situation, comparing it between Australia and New Zealand, right? Where is it? Where's this chart?
That's fucking unbelievable.
I better find it sooner. I'm going to even forget what I was actually looking for. Oh, here we go. The current number of vapors. 1.3 million vapors in Australia.
Only
8% have a prescription. 92% of the vapors in Australia said, fuck you. You ain't getting
Surprise,
me to go to a doctor.
motherfucker. I fucking love it. 8%.
Oh, there's another one we got to talk about. Young children paid $500 to set alight a Victoria tobacco shop and vapor.
Oh, Jesus.
What happened to protecting the children that are
it.
getting paid $500 to set a light to a tobacconist shop?
Exactly.
Meanwhile, cigarettes are sold everywhere. Every convenience store, every gas station, every grocery store. You can get cigarettes anywhere, man. But if you want to quit smoking, oh no. Oh, no. No, you have to go to a specialist store that only sells smoke and vape.
Okay, now.
Are they protecting the children?
Great,
Let's take a look at it. Are they protecting the children? Daily adult smoking and vaping in New Zealand versus Australia, okay? Australia is the green line. New Zealand is the gray line. So Smoking doesn't seem to be going down very much in Australia, but it dropped significantly for New Zealand. Is it maybe because there's more people vaping in New Zealand versus Australia? Right? How about the indigenous population? Let's look at the indigenous population. They are very heavy smokers, right? Just up until 2019, it was 35% of the Mallery smoked. And now, in just a few years, it's gone down to 20%. The more they take up vaping, the less of them smoke. Like all the scientific studies we've talked about how many times before. It's unbelievable. And the best part is, look at the difference between New Zealand and Australia. Right? The number of people that vape pretty much equally represent the population in New Zealand versus in Australia. Well, it's the opposite. The people that need, because they're highly dependent on cigarettes to find vaping in Australia, well, it's just a little tiny bit. They just want to smash the hell out of vaping. But cigarette smoking is okay.
It's night and day, isn't it?
Oh, this is what I was looking for. Here's what Australia wants to do, okay? This chart tells you the potential harm to user versus harm to others, okay? On the very left, the very top of this chart, this is alcohol. Followed by crystal meth, heroin, fentanyl, and then cigarettes. That's where cigarettes fall in this chart. Alcohol is the worst, and we do nothing about it. Everybody can have as much to drink as they want. You want to get smashed every day of your life? Go ahead. We can tax the hell out of it? Nah, just a little bit. We don't need to tax it a lot because everybody's doing it. So we're going to reduce the number of cigarette smokers, but we're going to stamp out vaping on the very bottom of this thing.
Wow. Holy fuck.
Okay. So the very bottom of this, that's kava on the bottom, coffee, versus vaping, versus LSD magic mushrooms, antipsychotics, ecstasy, ketamine, GHB, benzodiazepines, cannabis. It's legal. Cocaine. Look where cocaine falls on this chart.
Fuck around.
Amphetamines, synthetic cannabis, solvents and fuels. We still have people huffing solvents and fuels?
Yep.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
And here's the lovely opioid epidemic that killed over 108,000 people in the United States last year. Now there's people that actually have legitimate pain that need opioids, and, well, we can't get it because we regulated the shit out of it to the point where even legitimate users can't access it.
Just crazy, 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 isn't it?
It's utterly preposterous. Savage62, hello and welcome. Sky Grimmery, hello and welcome. I mean, is vaping really better for you than smoking? Yes, significantly better for you than than smoking cigarettes. We just talked about it. Here's the chart. Okay, this is the potential harm. You know what's right next to vaping, which is right here? Coffee, right here. Smoking is over here.
Holy moly, man.
How many scientific studies do you want? I got plenty. Utterly preposterous. Matter of fact, where is it? Here you go. Beautiful publication in France. Except I don't speak French, so I can't, tell you that. Electronic cigarettes, almost harmless product, according to a report. According to a British study, vaping is not associated with any major health problems. With or without nicotine and often flavor, the electronic cigarette has become part of the daily lives of 2.5 million French people, 82 million people around the globe, particularly to stop smoking, because it works twice as good as any other product out there to quit smoking. I see in my consumption that I have really reduced. I have a lot of friends who have reduced thanks to that, confides a user. So what are the health risks? According to a recent study carried out in the United Kingdom by the Royal College of Medicine, vaping nicotine is not associated with a high frequency of adverse health effects of any kind. According to scientists, although laboratory experiments have shown that certain aromas could be toxic to respiratory cells, this phenomenon is actually not observed in users. That's because we show you when we make our e-liquids, 70% of that bottle is vegetable glycerin. The remaining portion of it is propylene glycol with a little bit of flavoring and the nicotine dissolved in propylene glycol. What's there to hurt you? Nothing.
Nothing.
Link in the description below if you want to check it out. And if you speak French, you can watch the video and, learn something.
Je m'appelle Kenneth. Le onion.
Parlez-vous français? That's one of my biggest regrets. When I was in high school, I already spoke Hungarian and English, so I didn't need to take a language. They just kind of like, okay, well, you went to Hungarian school the whole, time you were in school here, so you don't have to take a language course. Dumbest thing I ever did was do that. I should have learned either French or Spanish or German or something.
Yeah.
But here we go. The Greens secure amendments to vaping legislation and will support passage through the Senate. What's included in this? Well, the Greens have negotiated amendments to the therapeutic goods and other legislation amendments, aka Vaping Reforms Bill of 2024, and will support legislation's passage through the Senate. As a result of Greens negotiations, we have secured significant changes to the government's prescription-only legislation, which is a joke. I don't care how much they wanted to double down on it. They were going to look like a fool if they tried to do that. Only 8% of the vapors out there actually got a prescription. You wonder why you got a black market? Maybe because you made the requirements to purchase the products that don't kill you so much harder than the fact that you got 40, 50,000 places where you can go buy cigarettes that will kill you. It's going to be available as a Schedule 3 pharmacist-only medication, kind of like your allergy pills. But it does implement a flavor ban. Vapors need flavors. Having the NJOY Ace Menthol is great for menthol smokers to find vaping, but none of them are going to stick with that. They're all eventually going to find themselves with a pod mod like this or a disposable, because they're going to want flavors other than the yucky tobacco and menthol with tobacco flavor. Very small percentage of adults out there actually stick with tobacco or menthol flavoring.
Oh, God,
Because the longer you vape, you know yourself, the taste buds come back, and all of a sudden it's like, man, should even my coffee taste better?
Hell yeah.
Then you go and you go out to eat and you go, wow, that's it. That food is really good. I didn't know it was that good before. Then you go to some restaurants and go, shit, that actually tastes like crap. Why was I liking it so much? Because you couldn't taste what it actually tasted like. So you started vaping,
And
and
your
then
scent,
your taste buds
and your,
came back.
and your sense, and your sense of smell as well. You go, ooh, that smells nice, very
Ooh.
nice.
And or that smells
And
like, oh yeah.
And the thing is, as an ex-smoker, you can smell a cigarette from 1,000 yards.
yes, you can. I had a friend of mine stop over, and they're like, they weren't smoking here. I didn't even know that they were smoking because they gave it up years and years ago. Well, they're back on the cigarettes, right? And he just came over to drop off a little thing, and I'm like, "You smoking, aren't you?" He's like, "Yeah." How'd you know? I haven't had a cigarette since I left the house. Oh, I could smell it. Seriously? I'm like, how else would I know that you started smoking again? You gave it up like 10 years ago. Yeah, I know. I'm like, hold on a second. I came upstairs. I'm like, here, take this. Ditch the cigarettes. Do this. You like this? I'm like, yeah, it's an apple. Is that watermelon? I'm like, yeah. You like it? Or do you want some other flavor? Fruit Loops? What do you want? Yeah, that's actually pretty good. I said, don't go buy any more cigarettes. Go find a vape shop. Go get whatever you want. You don't want to go to a vape shop? Every convenience store, gas station is selling these disposables nowadays. Nothing to mess with. No settings. You just open it up, peel the tape off, adjust the airflow if you want a mouth to lung. Go. Just like when you were smoking, or when you get, much better, like a couple weeks after you switch over fully.
Definitely.
Direct to lung. Let me know how it goes.
Delicious.
Oh, shit, that's pretty good. Well, he's no longer smoking. Sorry, no more tobacco taxes paid on that guy other than what, Pennsylvania rapes you for 40% out of the vape shop. Wonder why we DIY?
Oh, yeah.
Because I refuse to pay 40% tax on e-liquid. It used to cost me, $5-10 maybe for a 120 ml bottle. Now it's like $30-40. Get out of here.
Crazy.
So vapes to be sold behind the counter under watered down vape ban.
Oh,
I love how they're still
watered
calling
down?
it a vape ban.
Yeah.
Oh, and for our guy over there that thinks that cigarettes are better for you, here's the website we talked about it earlier: vapingfacts.health.nz. Vaping can help you quit smoking. Vape-free schools. The facts about vaping. You can take a quiz, and they'll educate you about the actual facts, and they will compare vaping with smoking and what is the real difference. It isn't just Public Health England that's now saying 95% safer, cannot exceed 5% the harms of smoking, and it will help people quit smoking. Link in the description below, vapingfacts.health.nz. And when you read that and you go, I still don't believe you, well, then you can get Dr. Colin Mendelssohn's book, Stop Smoking, Start Vaping. It's available as a free download. You don't even have to spend your money. Although I highly recommend, unless you're a digital person, do everything online, go on Amazon, get the real book. It's cheap. It even has beautiful colors for people that don't like to read a lot. And the print's big so that, even old eyes like me can see it. Fantastic book.
It's all about educating.
So what are other people saying about this dog's breakfast in Australia?
They're just getting crazier and crazier by it. I think they are actually on the cocaine to come up with that. Like, they're all sitting there round the table going, I don't know what. Why don't we legalize this fucker?
Because they know everybody's doing it. Wait till we come. I got an actual story that says that Sydney is the cocaine capital of the world. There are that many people doing cocaine every single day. Gotta love the Gold Coast of Australia. Anyway, Australia, New Zealand, a natural experiment in vaping policy. Well, you know what? It's time to end the experiment because we found out that Australia is literally killing people because they haven't adopted harm reduction and haven't taken and told people the truth about vaping. That's why so many people are misinformed. A vast natural experiment has been unfolding down under, resembling a large-scale controlled trial. It has much to teach us about the impacts of diametrically opposed regulatory approaches to nicotine vaping. The subjects of this experiment are the Australia and the New Zealand populations, two countries that have broadly comparable tobacco policies, demographics, quality of life, and population health. Similarities increase the likelihood of differing outcomes on tobacco use. We just covered that. From New Zealand, we looked at the horse's mouth. And what's this regulatory approach that they have going on now? Australia's public education campaigns predominantly focus on the harms of vaping. Oh my God, it's going to give you erectile dysfunction. It's not what my wife said.
That's another story.
Listen, this is the Hawk Tuah episode. If it was ever going to come out, I mean, this might be the one. Anyway. With minimal encouragement for adults who smoke to switch to vaping. Because we buffaloed everybody into thinking, like the FDA, Center for Tobacco Products does, into thinking that vaping is going to kill you. Actually, it's the cigarettes that kill you, not the vapes. The vapes get you away from cigarettes. And once you stop smoking, you personally will firsthand know the difference and will never believe anything the FDA ever says again.
Exactly.
So he presents the charts and the data and the science, and it's all in the link in the description below. We're not going to cover that because
Michael Redfern, love the guy. And switching, it stands taller and for longer. Plus, I don't run out of breath like I used to.
But can you go multiple rounds like you did when you were a teenager?
Hell no.
Got to work at it a little more. Eventually, you will find out. I posted this when the old man passed, but you know, women do have an infinite supply of orgasms.
Exactly, the lucky gits.
So, federal government backflips on vape laws. Oh my goodness! Seriously? Let's watch our obligatory commercial and the commercial music. I gotta talk over it so I don't get a copyright claim on music played during an advertisement. Oh, I'm gonna run out of something to talk about here. No, I'm
From
not.
July 1, therapeutic vapes will be only available with a prescription from a GP or prescribing nurse as planned. However, from October 1, those same therapeutic vapes will be available from a pharmacy after talking with a pharmacist. This would mirror ibuprofen, nicotine gum or nicotine patches, albeit with a higher threshold to clear. The non-therapeutic variety, often targeting kids, will still be illegal to manufacture.
Targeting kids. That's propaganda, you moron. Sorry, I didn't mean to yell. Is this targeting kids?
Wow.
Do I look like a kid? My heart on might look like a teenager, but that's a different topic.
Manufacture or sell. Tonight, pharmacists described this as a bad decision in a statement, saying the Senate's expectation that the community pharmacies become vape retailers and vape garbage collectors is insulting. Tonight, this will pass the Senate, but there's...
It's only insulting because you've been brainwashing them to think that they're the devil's gift to children rather than God's gift to a smoker.
Great, the Australians out there. They're bloody brilliant.
All right.
You got to hand it to them.
Listen, this is utterly preposterous, and I'm sick and tired of the fact that these assholes want to keep making all these policies without actually consulting people that I don't know might have some firsthand experience in the situation. No, we're not going to do that. You want to know what people really think of their bullshit shit show that's going on right now? Here's exactly what they're thinking of this shit show. I hope you enjoy having your dick sucked by Big Tobacco. You've truly shown your colors. It's a real shame you went down this path. None of us adult vapors want kids to have them. It's being sold by the same shops that are selling Chop Chop because you tax the fuck out of cigarettes. Oh, by the way, that you guys can't stop from coming in. And it's gotten to the point where you don't even want to talk about it anymore. So good luck. All you have done is fuel the black market and made a shit ton of money for gangs. The drug gangs, thank you for your support. Bravo. Hope you enjoy your last term in Parliament, because us voters will not forget this shit show.
Well, forget.
Or how you're fucking us over. That's hilarious. You couldn't handle an outright loss, so you made a stupid deal with the Greens. You didn't win, you lost. Kids will still be able to get their vapes because they've been buying them on the black market the whole time. You had a prescription model. It was illegal for everybody to get them. If they had nicotine in them, but they still got them. Because your overly tight restrictions are kind of like, I don't know, like a minister raising a daughter, shielding and protecting them their entire life. And you wonder why she goes out on TV and goes, hawk tuah, gotta give them that good hawk tuah, and spit on that thing before you take it down your throat. Same shit, different day. And I want to thank Pippa, because a lot of this shit you can't access unless you live in Australia. So it was a pleasure to actually sit here and watch this shit show going on in Parliament.
And that is good, and that is upside. But I believe firmly that by allowing industry and tobacco to supply goods, to fight the illegal access, they're not even dark imports, they're black imports, to prevent these criminals from bringing in these things, starting these pathways is a step in the right direction. We hear those talk opposite, those in the corner, talk about the tactics used of industry and big tobacco to get people. This is crime gangs. We see them fire-burning vape stores. We see them threatening people and convenience stores. This isn't big tobacco. This is serious organised crime, as said by the Australian Federal Police in our hearing, as said by the police union. It is not tobacco, it is not industry. They are criminals. And why do they do this? Because the profits are real, the profits are massive, and the penalties have been short. I support the increase in penalties. I think any increase in enforcement is strong. I don't think it's strong enough. I support Senator Russ.
You support penalties? How about the guy that was just trying to not smoke a cigarette and now is going to jail for 2 years or facing a $32,000 fine, or both? Because he didn't want to smoke.
Exactly.
Get your head out of your ass and focus on the real problem and what's really killing people. The cigarettes, not the vapes.
Questions point to a $250 million increase in policing between AFP and Border Force. That is going somewhere near this. Let's get these penalties right. Let's put these people away because it is wrong. So we go to the mischief. Stop the kids. I believe a regulated model is better for that. But then I go to the users of vapes, the 1.4 million users of vapes estimated across Australia now. Again, mostly using illegal vapes. They don't know what goes into them, but some using Australian-made non-nicotine vapes, and we'll talk about that industry a little bit later.
Let me ask you a question. 92% of this 1.4 million vapors aren't buying things from the legitimate market. How many of them do you think are actually going to go to the pharmacy to buy them when you limit the flavors to tobacco, mint, and I guess unflavored you can buy, which is just vegetable glycerin, propylene glycol, and nicotine, which is just a sweet, dull experience about what I equate to putting a patch on your arm. That's about how enjoyable it is to vape with that. Yes, you do get the hand-to-mouth action, but you get no reinforcement from a beautiful flavor that you enjoy. That's part of the puzzle on what makes vaping work. You're literally crippling the best way to quit smoking. Might as well take varenicline and take the chance of committing suicide because, you know, you forgot that you were taking that to quit smoking and decided to have a kegger with your friends. And, well, the combination of those two, that's a relatively high percentage that you're going to knock yourself off before you sober up.
Damn.
Later, name anyone that doesn't have a vice. Name anyone that doesn't have a hobby, something to do. People are able to use vapes if they want, in my opinion.
How many of you out there have a vice? And what is your vice? Everybody has one. Everybody has one. I don't care how much of a Puritan you think you are. You have a vice. It might be purse shopping. Using my wife as an example. You have 50 purses. Why do you want this one? Oh, because it looks so beautiful. Well, doesn't it kind of look like that other one you have on the shelf over there? That we had to build a special closet just for you to store all your purses? Yeah, but this one's different. Kind of like you've got two vapes. Both are a beautiful, you know, pineapple, orange, whatever, guava, right? This one you like. This one, another company made it, exact same flavor. I don't really like that one. Everybody's got a vice. There are people out there that take absolutely no drugs whatsoever. They're puritanical health freaks, right? You know what their vice is? Sex. And even if you don't have some perverse vice like that, I'm talking about legitimate, they get on apps just to have sex every time they go to lunch. They would rather have sex than actually eat something for lunch. With anybody. Doesn't matter. Like-minded other people that think the same way they do. There's apps for that.
Where
I'll
is
tell
this?
you after the stream if you really want to know.
Where is this place?
Hookup apps.
Oh, shit.
It's not limited to the homosexual people. Heterosexual people do it all the time.
Fucking hell.
Or if your vice is to do both, you can do that too.
I'm living a very sheltered life, mate.
You know, you'd be surprised to find out there's been scientific studies done about marathon runners. Marathon runners are addicted to running marathons. Legit. Addicted to the rush of endorphins they get during a marathon. It has the exact same effects on your brain that cocaine does. And they're addicted to it. You watch all these skinny runners running their 26-mile marathon. You're like, why would you torture your body 26 miles and do it every weekend during the summer? It's 37 Celsius out, 100 degrees Fahrenheit, and you're running in this marathon. For what? How many more medals do you want? It's the high they get during the run when they torture the shit out of their bodies. It's called runner's high. It's a legit thing. And there's backed up by tons of science. We talked about, there was a conversation with the CEO about the guy that, you know, boxes. Boxing is his vice. He knows it's harmful. He's a doctor. He knows he can get a concussion, but he loves it. It's good for his mental health. Just like we choose to consume nicotine or alcohol or caffeine or all of the above, and it's good for our mental health.
Interesting.
It is not nicotine that causes cancer. It is smoking that causes cancer. If nicotine is able to be bought in gums, in patches, in pouches, why can nicotine not come in vapes?
And why can it not be sold everywhere where you buy a cigarette? Do you want to kill more people Or do you want to save people's lives? If anything, they should restrict cigarette sales to the pharmacy. See how that works out.
Oh, aye.
You could go, every place that sells cigarettes will now be allowed to buy a vape. And every place that sold a pack of cigarettes, you're no longer allowed to sell cigarettes. You can only sell vaping products because they're less harmful than smoking. The science is already clear out there. Let's follow the policy. Let's do what the science says, right? And if you want to continue smoking, we're not going to stop you. You can go and buy all the smokes you want. Just got to buy them from a pharmacy. But sorry for your inconvenience because we're now limiting you to a pharmacy. And we never talked about that part of it. We talked about how many cigarette places you can buy cigarettes at, right? 30 to 40 to 50,000 places in Australia sell cigarettes. You know how many pharmacies there are in Australia? Less than 4,000.
Wow.
So you might have to drive a while to get to a pharmacy, and there might be a line of all the other smokers that are out there buying their cigarettes because we limited it to just the pharmacy. Or maybe they're not going to buy them from the pharmacy. Maybe they'll convert to buying the chop because the black market's still going to be there.
It is the tobacco and smoking that causes the problem here, and millions of, over a million Australians, I won't say millions, 1.7, they have a right to use vapes and have access to them is their choice. I know pokies are a tax on stupidity, and I'll still have a slap every now and then. I know alcohol causes brain cells to die, and I haven't got many to spare, but I'll still have a drink now and then. People can choose their way forward. So I say to those people out there, this model will have you going to a business that does not want to sell them, a pharmacy.
Oh, there's another part of the key problem we forgot to talk about. We've been bashing into people's brains how bad vaping is, right? So all the pharmacists believe that vaping is a scourge of the devil on the planet. And now you're forcing us to sell it? What? We don't want to sell it. We don't want to have any parts of it. We're here to make people healthy. We fucked up. We lied to you. And now you believe it's worse for you than smoking. And, well, now you need to believe us when we tell you that it's actually better for you than smoking, and we want everybody to do it that smokes. And they wonder why they don't get consensus on this beautiful science-based decision to create a regulated market for vaping. Can't figure out why nobody wants to do it. I talked about this last time on the stream, and, well, I kind of forgot to show my source. So I looked it up after the stream last week. It was Mark Twain. It's easier to fool people than to convince them that they have been fooled, especially when it comes from public health, and they lie to you about something and tell you how bad it is, and then, well, they get caught with their pants down because it's actually healthier for you, and they knew that the whole time. So now they're trying to convince you that it is healthier for you, but people won't believe it because you already conned them once into believing that it wasn't healthy for you. We can't figure out why nobody wants to do this. Nobody's happy. It's like going through a divorce. Nobody, except the lawyers, are happy when somebody goes through a divorce. Both the husband and the wife, both parties will be unhappy when the divorce is settled. That's a fact, Jack, because the lawyers are going to make out like bandits and take half of the half that you thought you were getting.
Well, this is it.
Kind of like how...
That's why people don't trust the government anymore, because they bullshit you that much.
Yeah, well, this is the other problem going on with society right now. We live in a wonderful society where everybody wants a simple but wrong answer and prefers that over complex but truthful answers. Nobody wants to hear it's safer than smoking, which doesn't do justice to the fact that it's 5% the harms of cigarette smoking. Stop saying safer. Say it's the safe thing to do if you're a smoker. If you are a smoker, this is definitely safer for you, period. End discussion. And then let them come up with the question of going, well, how much safer is it? Well, use it for 2 weeks and you come back and tell me how much safer you think it is. Because your body's going to answer that question for you.
Exactly.
They want to talk about how we're not recycling these. Oh my God, this is the worst thing in the world. You really? How come cigarette butts are the most polluted item on the planet and you're worried about why these things that are disposable aren't being recycled? Well, they can be recycled, but you haven't bothered to do any legislation to force people to recycle them. Maybe you should make it so that, you know, anybody that wants to sell these can get a license and sell them. And part of the requirement of that license is that you have to recycle everything that is sold. Kind of like the Coke bottles were when we were growing up as kids. You know, all those glass bottles, you paid a 10-cent deposit on it when you bought it. And then you got that money back when you brought the empty bottle back. Charge $1 on every single disposable device out there. And guess what? That goes towards your next product when you bring them back. You bring 10 back, you get $10 off because that dollar was collected when you sold it. No. Here's a good question for you. Water bottles. They're everywhere. Everybody's drinking water from a bottle. We don't drink it out of our faucet because we bought all the misinformation about how unhealthy your local water supply is. In some places of the country, it's true. But most of the places out there follow, you know, federal regulations, and they have to routinely test the water, and they have to publish it and send it to you in the mail to show you what the water test is for your local water supply for the city municipal water source. So how many of these do you think are sold in the United States? And how many of them do you think actually get recycled?
Even going to be worse answer.
I actually have to open up my other document to get that link. Because that was something I came across a while back. You know what? I know exactly how to find it. Because it's still open on my phone. So how many of these water bottles do you think are sold, and what percentage of them? Yeah, answer either question. What percentage of these water bottles actually get recycled?
10%.
How about you guys in chat? What percentage of these water bottles do you guys think actually get recycled? Americans consume more than 25% of the planet's natural resources. The production of bottled water uses 17 million barrels of oil a year.
Fuck, man.
It takes 3 times the amount of water in a bottle of water to make it as it does to fill it. Forget about what's in the plastic that's used to make the bottles. People in the U.S. open 1,000 bottles of water every second and put 60 million plastic water bottles in the trash every year.
That's crazy.
But they want to cry about how bad vapes are for the environment. Even though a vape like this will dispense 4 cartons of cigarette butts from the planet's waste cycle. Here you go, man. Here's the facts. It's pretty bad. Americans buy 29 billion water bottles a year. And for every 6 bottles that people buy, only 1 is recycled.
Jesus.
Five out of 6 bottles is not recycled. They end up in the landfill or they get pitched out the window and they're laying along the side of the roadway. But vapes are the scourge on society. They're not recycling them. Yeah, well, how many cigarette butts is vaping dispensing? Nobody talks about that. All right, we've been going at this for an hour. I still have a whole bunch of stuff I want to talk about, but I'm going to change topics for a moment because I came across something that was very disturbing. You hear about all this talk about, you know, the shot that we all had to take and the consequences of it and blah, blah, blah. Well, there's a new scientific study that was just put out. It says, the title of the article is A Potential Association Between COVID-19 Vaccination and Development of Alzheimer's Disease. Just what I needed.
Wow.
Another health risk to make my Alzheimer's worse.
Oh, hell. Wow.
The study conducted in Seoul, South Korea, analyzed data from random 50% sample of city residents age 65 and above, totaling 558,017 individuals. Participants were divided into vaccinated and unvaccinated groups with various vaccinations, including mRNA and cDNA vaccines. 2 different kinds of vaccines. One's a real vaccine. The other one's not really a vaccine. It was just CRISPR'd. I don't even get into the science of it. Most people don't give a shit. The study focused on Alzheimer's disease and mild cognitive impairment incidences post-vaccination, identified by the ICD-10 codes, which is the codes that they use to categorize people's illnesses for insurance billing. Using multivariable logistics and Cox regression analysis, patients with vascular dementia or Parkinson's served as controls. So if you already had it before you got it, you didn't count as part of the trial. You got part of the control group, right? Because if you look at it from a population level, they're like, okay, what percentage of the population has this already? And what percentage of the population after something, in this case, it was the COVID vaccine, got it or was diagnosed with it? Were more people diagnosed with it or less? Or was it the same? Didn't matter if they got it or not. So here you go. Incidence or odds ratio, 1.225%. Or 1.025% in mild cognitive impairment was 2.337 for the OR. 1.845 compared to the unvaccinated group. No significant relationship was found with vascular dementia or Parkinson's, but with Alzheimer's, sorry for your luck. You now have a greater chance if you got vaccinated.
Oops.
Link in the description if you want to check it out. But is there something I can do to make it better? Since I just got upset that, you know, it's gotten worse. I still want your Kenny Zap. How about, because I hate the tobacco flavor of this. Yes, I get way too much nicotine. And I get the menthol. But there's this residual tobacco flavor in my mouth I just can't get rid of. What about instead of using it as a vape, I just smelled it?
No. Oh, it's snorting a vape. Oh, my God.
It's good for me because this scientific study showed that in mice that have Alzheimer's disease, if you inhale menthol, the smell of the menthol, besides tickling your nose and your sinuses, actually helps alleviate some of the Alzheimer's disease progression.
Really?
Pretty interesting. You know, I always love to base everything on science. That's what it all boils down to. That's how we come back to it. I'm not going to go into Paul Murray because he's a cigar smoking troll of vaping. Actually, he's not so much a troll of vaping as he is a troll of the hypocrisy from the Australian government, telling us for all this time how bad it was, and now they're going to be sold in the pharmacy next to your allergy medicine and your Tylenol. You guys call it something else, though.
Wow.
All right. Is there anything else in the news I need to cover before next week?
Speaking of Australia, you're now upside down. And now you're back.
Yeah. Michael Redfern did the Flip Alex. They both work. William Dobson did Alex Flip, and Michael Redfern did Flip Alex. Flipping me on my head. Kind of like how, they always want to stamp out Big Tobacco, and Big Tobacco says, we're going to buy cannabis, we're going to buy pharmaceutical products, we're going to buy laboratories. We're a company, we don't give a shit what we sell as long as we're making money.
Hang on.
Would you be surprised to find out vape shops do the same thing when things don't look very good in the vaping industry? So let's diversify. Vaping giant Supreme acquires historic Clearly drinks for $15 million. Listen, if you're going to drive us out of business or give us a volatile environment to sell these products, then we need to diversify and have something to keep our values stable over time. So we're going to buy ourselves an energy drink company and still make money.
Crazy, yeah. Crazy world, man.
You know who Neil Oliver is?
I find it really strange that people aren't able to make the distinction between regimes and populations.
Well, the whole thing is insane.
Why, if you're angry with the Putin regime, okay, but why would that automatically make you say that you hate Russians?
But also
there's 140 million of them. You can dislike Macron and like French people. Why can't people make the distinction? Why do you have to be at war with an entire population just because you don't like the regime?
It's insane, but moreover, I can like or dislike anyone I want because I'm an adult man and I'm not a slave, so I can have any opinion I want.
We discriminate by nature. It's in our nature to discriminate.
But also, it's my birthright. Like, you can't tell me who I have to like and dislike.
No.
And I'm not going to submit to that.
He's not going to submit to that. Well, we as vapors are not going to submit to giving up our human right to choose what we put in our bodies and how we're going to do that. If we don't want to smoke cigarettes anymore because we found the perfect solution to quit vaping, I don't care what legislations and what regulations are passed, and I don't care what government is the one doing it, we're not going to follow your regulation. You asked a question earlier on in the stream and said, well, this is what I think you should do with gun control and blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, but have you considered what's going to happen if you get your wish? If you got to implement gun control the way you want to control it, how effective is that going to be? And how many people are going to tell you to kiss off? Kind of like Australia negated to think about the fact that if we demand every vapor out there get a prescription, shouldn't we monitor to find out how many prescriptions are given out there and see what kind of compliance we get? And maybe if nobody ever wants to follow the rules, then maybe our rule is stupid and we need to come up with a rule that they would be willing to follow, or at least the majority of them. Because there's no way in hell we can jail 1.7 million people because they don't want to smoke a cigarette. It's going to make us look like a fool, and we're going to have civil war on our own freaking country.
You know that device I showed you earlier on?
Yeah.
There it is.
Nice. So you literally just like
what you've got,
and it comes with a different flavor.
You see here, you've got flavor cherry, and you've got an arrow. So you lift it, twist it to your flavor of your choice, right? So if I go and there, so you point the arrow to the flavor you want. Pretty much. Hang on, where we're. Get that in there. There. So you point that to where you want, and then you turn the top to coincide.
To face.
So for now, I've got strawberry watermelon. I've turned that to strawberry. So all of that there is now strawberry watermelon. If I want to go, say, to red apple, I'll undo the bottom again. Hang on, where we are. I'll undo the bottom. I'll twist it to the red apple, and then I will turn the top to the red apple, and there you go. 600 puffs per.
It's glorious.
Is that cool? And the flavor's phenomenal. That red apple, wow, woohoo! But yeah, that's them. A 4-in-1. So that's the loophole. You've got 2,400 puffs, but in 4 separate pods, all in one. Is that brilliant, or is that brilliant?
Listen, I don't care what kind of laws they pass. When it's stupid, people will not follow it. They have the TPD requirements that limit you to 2 milliliters of capacity, right? So what do the manufacturers do?
That's correct.
They put a bung inside the tank, so when it's sold to you, it's TPD compliant. You could only put 2 mil in there. But you pull the silicone bung out, and you get the same 6 mils of capacity that I get in the United States without that stupid silicone bung in there. How many of those get recycled because of a stupid law?
I mean, these come in different flavors. I mean, this one, it's got fizzy cherry, which is absolutely nice. It's got the one that I absolutely despise, strawberry watermelon fusion. Ugh, watermelon. Red apple ice and plum cherry. Or you just, if you get sick of one, just swip it around, change again. 2,400 puffs. Technically illegal disposable. There you go.
That's fantastic. I really love that
cool
idea.
It's nice. I love it.
This conversation that they had with Neil Oliver is beyond just what we brought here to wrap up our news segment. This conversation is something that I would, truly recommend you guys go out and take a look at, because they talk about so many other things. And I was totally shocked at how knowledgeable both of these guys are at a vast array of topics far above and beyond what we normally hear them talk about. I mean, how big banks took over the world. Like, I found out watching this thing, London is just like Washington, D.C. It's a completely separate, independent governing body.
Wait,
and it has its own representative in Parliament.
Financial capitals. Yeah, it's one of the financial capitals, the biggest on the planet.
And do you know that it was all because of banking that they got that?
Oh, hell yeah.
Exclusive governmental assignment within the country of England?
Hey, yeah. I mean, come on, look what happened when the banking crash. It was the taxpayer that bailed the fuckers out.
Same here in the States, mate. They did the same thing here.
Yeah.
They purposely gave out loans that they knew people weren't going to be able to afford and pay for. And they were eventually going to go bankrupt on and just quit paying on the house and then getting evicted. And then they'd have the property to resell, right? They were assuming that they could get these people that, abandoned their mortgage and sell these things fast enough to make more profit than they would by giving a legitimate loan to somebody that actually could afford to pay it off.
Oh, yeah.
They were greedy bastards. They didn't want to wait to 30 years to make 100% profit on whatever the cost of the home is. They wanted to, use those first couple years of paying exorbitant interest and zero capital on your loan on your home. And then a percentage of those were going to drop out, and they would make a killing reselling these same homes for the full market value. Meanwhile, the last 5 years, they've been collecting tons of interest on it. Well, the bean counter's fucked up because, you get one downturn in the economy and that percentage calculation ends up tripling what it should have been. And now you have a housing bubble that crashes and bursts, and the banks are stuck with all these properties nobody can afford because the economy went to shit. And the government just bailed them out. 0% interest.
Similar thing with the The same with them MSA bonds, wasn't it? It come to pay them back. Nobody had the money to fucking pay them back.
Why do you think New York and California are so hard on vaping? Why they've banned vaping? Because they're reliant on the tobacco sales, even though they're dwindling, to pay off all the MSAs that they went to J.G. Wentworth and cashed out all the money, and now they've got no way to pay it back. And, well, they're not getting in what they thought they were going to get, except that's how bonds work. You have to pay out when the time's up.
Exactly.
And they don't have the money to do
They
it.
didn't have it.
Except, see, a state can't go bankrupt. So what are you going to do? Fuck over the population of the state in order to get their money.
Taxpayer.
It's my money and I need it now.
Hell yeah.
So they talk about a whole bunch of stuff. They talk about the whole C word that we talked about earlier. Matter of fact, there was a whole segment of his video. I love how when you're popular and you've got millions of followers, you can edit your video that's still on the platform when YouTube gives you your strike of, to talk about that.
Nope.
So they talked about the big C word in the middle of their thing, right? After the video got uploaded, and then it was like, nobody gets to watch this because we're censoring you. And they're like, what? So what did they do? They got to cut out the video without having to take it down, without losing the chat or any of the other stuff, like the subtitles that have already been written. And it's comical because they inserted a little section in there that's much shrunk down quite a bit from the actual COVID conversation. And they forgot that, the subtitles were already written out. So even though they cut out that section, you can read the subtitles and know exactly what they said.
Common sense prevails, eh?
But they talked about that. They talked about what is actually democracy and what does it mean to you, and being obligated and conforming to one nation, and conversations about that. Being a leftist or a rightist and the badge of honor that people have, and why our political parties are so divisive on issues when 80% of the people agree on 80% of the things out there. Yeah. So how come we don't actually get progress on that 80% instead of focusing on the 20% that divides us?
Exactly.
Because there's no money to be made.
It's a joke.
When everybody agrees on
Nothing in it. Nah.
And they talk about, I was surprised to find out, there's a Scottish law that it is utterly decimating free speech.
Yes. It's a new hate speech bill.
Yeah, but it's beyond just hate speech.
Oh, yeah. It's crazy. Absolutely nuts. It's
like when you give these politicians an anchor point to wedge something in there, and once they open that up, who was it? I just saw Elon Musk posted about Julian Assange. Julian Assange made a deal with the United States government to finally get out of exile.
Yeah.
But in order to do that, he had to essentially plead guilty to some charge. Stealing military secrets or some crap, right? But if he didn't do that, he would be stuck in the confines of exile. And the problem is the dude's got a heart condition now. He needs to treat his heart condition and get out of exile in order to do that. So he had to plead guilty, and the problem is most people don't realize that he's a journalist. What happened to journalistic integrity and freedom to be able to publish, freedom of the press, to be able to talk about whatever you want to talk about? Call out the shit that you find and wake up the public to what's actually going on. Only in a fascist regime is that forbidden. Verboten. That's not the world we live in. We live in some semblance of a democratic republic where Free speech is an undeniable human right.
That hate crime, Bill, if you... See, I was listening to you have a conversation 100 yards away with somebody and I got offended by it, I could report you for that hate speech and have you arrested. Even though the conversation has got absolutely nothing to do with me, it's not aimed at me, but if it pissed us off, I could report you. And then the other thing, the football matches, what they're going to say, it's not going to be the referee's a wanker, the referee's a silly person. Not the football chants. Oh, well.
It's utterly preposterous. It's utterly preposterous the way that the world is turning right now. And most people turn a blind eye to it because, well, I'm not personally affected by it. Yet. What's next? That's the reason why we have to stream on 4 platforms for the utter fear of having more of our content censored and surpassed. And they blame it on this or blame it on that. And then you go, well, what are you talking about? I didn't do any of that. They don't care. Mm-hmm. You could just as easily lose your whole channel. And you're like, oh, you only got, less than 2,000 subs. What are you worried about? Well, you know what? It's still the last 3+ years of my life.
And like I think we mentioned earlier on, before the post, even your Microsoft Windows operating system is spying on you even more now. They checking on
why
everything.
You think Facebook and Meta is forcing their AI out to people? Yeah. It's more surveillance. That's all it is.
Exactly.
It's more surveillance and information gathering. Where's our right to privacy?
That doesn't exist anymore. No. That went a long time ago. Long time ago.
Hey, bastard, hello and welcome. You missed on all the lovely poppycock we had earlier. Crying the blues about Australia.
Poppycock. Crazy world.
We weren't consulted. This is health policy on the run at its worst, says the Pharmacy Guild of Australia. We don't want to sell vapes. You've just been confiscating all these things, telling us how bad it is. It's a scourge on society. And we know this shit's not going to work. That's the real reason we're against it. We know this shit's not going to work. We love profit. But we are against this because we know that your shit regulations aren't going to work. And the kids are still going to be getting it. And we're going to get the brunt of the blame because it's been limited to just the pharmacies. Only the pharmacies have access to sell it, which is bullshit. Black market ain't going away. This plan isn't good enough to get rid of it. So what's going to be plan C? You fucked up by putting a prescription model in place. You fucked up when you doubled down on it. And now you're going to say, oh, we're going to get rid of flavors too. You forgot to take that into consideration, and now you've given more of a reason for the black market to double in size again. So what's plan C? Throw the bill in the air and see what lands? And then we'll take whatever idea they give us, and that's what we're going to move forward with?
I think we've just got a roulette table full of bullshit ideas.
What's the first thing that comes to your mind? That's what we're going to put into law next week. Excuse me, but it only lasted a month before you're back here talking about it again. Don't you think we should actually come up with a comprehensive set of regulations and say, okay, what's the real problem? Let's see if we can affect the real problem. Really preposterous. Oh, we didn't even talk about the FDA. Yeah, whatever. NJOY authorized the menthol pod. They did it because they knew they have the Supreme Court case going, and they were basically demanding a flavor ban, and now they can say, oh, we didn't ban flavors. Look, menthol got authorized.
Good old FDA.
Yeah. I've been quite vocal lately about the FDA and about everything I come across because I'm sick and tired of all this crap. Look, there we are live.
Hello.
I think that's cool. We're finally on Twitter. Live on Twitter.
Yeah, man.
I went off on him. I got sick and tired of his crap and his, well, I questioned whether he actually has a mental condition or not, or whether he's just a bully.
A mental condition.
And I didn't get a reply, but I did notice that all the tweets that he put out after that have not personally attacked anybody. Is arguing his points, even though some of them are blatant lies. And I feel for Mark and Bernie having to close up their shop, but this has lit a whole new fire under his ass. Because he no longer has the constraints of being a shop owner. He's now just a vapor. And he's sick and tired of the fact that nobody's speaking up for how much this potentially can save lives. Everybody's just letting them walk all over the shit. Largest U.S. study of e-cigarettes shows their value as smoking cessation aid. Listen, we've talked about so much about that. There's no point in beating a dead horse.
Yeah, but still, it's still a message that needs to be spread. You know what I mean?
That's why we're here every week that we can possibly be here. And, you know, it wasn't every week because my Poochie got sick. But he's back to full health now.
Hey.
All right. I think we should have some alcoholic beverages since caffeine just doesn't seem to be enough to calm us down today.
Roll it.
All right. Up for your entertainment today, we went camping. We bought, by mistake, Jack Daniel's Hard Peach Tea. This is a country cocktail, not the Southern Peach that I normally get from Jack Daniel's. This one
That still looks nice.
contains 5% alcohol by volume. Please drink responsibly. And for you, mate.
Give us a minute. I've just forgot something, that's all. Yeah. Hang on.
Row.
There we go.
I'm scared. What are you doing over there?
I'm just fapping.
You hooking up the Kenny Zappit edition to OBS?
There you go. I forgot to put my other light on, man. There you go. I was sitting there going,
Listen.
I look a bit dark.
It's called a hair light to light up your hair.
Yep.
But you don't have the prerequisite
none.
hair to light.
It's my solar panel. It gives me energy.
Oh, okay, cool. I like that idea. Yeah, sure.
I went back to a beverage I had a little while ago and I thoroughly enjoyed it. Excuse me. It's flavoured ciders. And I've got 4 to choose from. I've got Brothers Rhubarb and Custard.
Ooh.
I have Brothers Toffee Apple.
Toffee apple.
And then I've
That's a
gone
proper apple cider there.
Yeah. And I've got some Old Mout, or Mout, whatever you would pronounce it. This one is a strawberry and apple. And finally, I have another fruit-based one, which is berries and cherries.
Berries and cherries.
There you go.
You got to try that one first. I want to know what that tastes like.
And the alcohol is 4% on the Old Mout bottles, and on the Brother bottles, they're all 4% alcohol, which is quite good for me because it is a school night and I can't be going to work hungover when I'm driving.
Listen, this one's only 5% alcohol.
bus.
I thought about pulling out another sippy cup, but that's like 16.9% alcohol. It's the equivalent of 3 cocktails in 1 sippy cup. But they're not attractive to children. Somehow, if it's alcohol related, it doesn't count. Kids don't like that. Despite the fact that 16% of the kids are drinking on a regular basis.
Yeah.
Versus 6% of them are vaping.
Berries, I've cracked open the berries and cherries, so to your health, sir.
To your health, sir. Peach tea.
Oh my. Oh.
This is like a proper English tea that's chilled, had some peach syrup put into it, and then you poured the Jack Daniels with a heavy pour.
You're getting black currants. This is kind of like a black currant and cherry. The black currant is there, and then the cherry just comes out afterwards. Oh, that's nice. It does exactly what it said on the tin. It's black currant and cherry.
Wow.
Ooh. That is really nice.
That's awesome.
There could be some blackberries in it as well, but the black fruits with a cherry. And by there, night. Oh, that's nice.
Oh, come on now. What is with you people
That's
out there? You don't
delicious.
have $5 to spare for Apathy Miller? Do you have to witness
come on,
my
guy.
donation? Is that what it's going to take for you guys to actually cough up a little cash for Apathy Miller? Poor bloke's going to be out of work for months. You can at least send him a $5.
Yeah, guys, help them out.
I feel bad. It could happen to any one of us. Any single one of us.
You just don't know what's around the corner, do you? You just do not know what's around the corner.
You don't. So let's talk about, what could be around the corner. What was around the corner? What happened?
Ooh, that is nice.
Come on, you tosser. Get up there. There he is. There's my frail old man hanging out at camp, having the time of his life. He loves sunbathing more than my wife does. You see, she had her little cot out there. She even tried to knife the dogs into laying on it for a while. He doesn't have anything to do with it, man. He was laying all in the sun the whole time. Except we weren't paying attention to the fact that he really wasn't drinking much over the weekend. And he was quite literally on his deathbed last Monday. He spent very little time in the shade underneath the canopy. But we love our new camp. That's my camper right over there. Had a nice little lake over here full of frogs. Beautiful. Loved it. Had a great time. Took the dogs for a walk around the lake. Just a little tiny lake. I made bigger lakes when I was, in high school. My first job as a landscaper. And then we took for a little drive. Went up to go see the Allegheny National Forest. And, well, the budget cuts meant that there was nobody at the ranger station. Signs all over town, visitor center, come visit the visitor center. Not a nary soul in sight. So we got home for the night. Wife cooked a wonderful dinner and just hanging out, enjoying the beautiful weather. It hit 37 Celsius, 100 degrees centigrade during Fahrenheit during the day.
Ooh. Yeah.
Can you fish there? Yes, but it's catch and release. But you could go up into the creeks and fish. There's lots of good fishing up in that creek. The rivers that run through there. Clarion River. And my coffee pot had a disastrous accident.
Holy shit, what the hell?
My Keurig.
Oh.
Yeah. So, here's my suggestion for us. Since my little dude had suffered this little illness of his, we couldn't stream. So let's come on. Oh, you open with the wrong thing.
Where's Doggy Cam? See how he's doing.
They're sleeping.
Are they? Oh.
Have you ever seen a pink dolphin?
Never ever. That's unusual.
I came across it. Everybody's like saying, "Oh, that's AI generated. That's not real. That's not real." Come on. But it is a real phenomenon. There are pink dolphins. There's just the number of them are so. It's like albino animals out there. That's the old fart after he got better. Still wanting to sit out on the sidewalk. I'm like, no, you're limited to 5 minutes, dude.
I still want to go out next.
Come on, let me out. I want to go out. I've only gone out 6 times already today. Let me out. Come on. Man, I just wanted to make a cup of coffee. Oh, no, you can let me out. The beautiful sun. There you go. Here's a picture for you since I'm not showing you the live cam since they're sleeping. And then there's Mag Dog that thinks she's a prairie dog.
Oh, God.
Legit sitting on the plastic end table looking for birds and squirrels and whatever else she can get her eyes on.
That's brilliant.
And then my wife decides, oh, man, well, check this out. I got this beautiful new software on my Samsung phone. It lets me cut shit out and put it anywhere I want them. So I put them on the beach. Can we go to the beach? No.
Wow.
So here's the new segment. If you guys have a pet, you want them featured on the show, drop them in the Discord. I don't care where you put them. You can put them in the dad jokes for all I care. You can send it to me, djalex@hunkyvape.com. You can post it on anything. You can post it on social media and tag me in it. I'll download it and add it to the collection. That's Darren's dog.
Oh.
Blair
I've not got anything left on here. Have I got anything left on this one?
It says 1 scoop per dog. Fake news. Fake news, man. That's fake news. Sir, it should be the box that says Chewy on it. Can you get that box for me, please? Freaking sunbather. There, my wife is literally laying on the floor with the dog, wrapped in a blanket at the end of the day. Because he wouldn't move. We literally thought that it was going to be his last weekend.
Bless him.
What else did we not do? All right.
I thought I made out something on the computer, but I ain't. That's a bummer. That's a bit of a bummer.
Here we go. We forgot to talk about this lovely thing. BlackMarketButler was so convinced that vapes are horrible, he paid a bunch of social media influencers out there to bash it. Guess who was one of them? Mallery Gates posted this as a reply. One of our conversations. Jackson, who loves cocaine. Is that why Australia's trying to legalize cocaine? So their social media influencers that are out there bashing vaping can legally consume the cocaine while they're bashing vaping? Is that what the idea is? Influencer Jackson Fairbairn, recruited to curb vaping, was photographed with the vape when he wasn't supposed to be. Ooh, got a dog. Aww.
That's my little pooch. There he is. That's our bagel. There you go.
Adorable.
I knew I had something somewhere. He's a little shit. I wonder if I've got my old guy.
Don't you love it when you pay somebody to bash something and they're actually a regular consumer of it? How's that make Mark Butler look now?
Yep.
Tosser.
So that's something like that.
Having a good old time. Having a kegger. Getting drunk. Doing a line of coke. Drinking like a fish. Look at him. You drink like that?
Fucking tosser. No, not even on a session.
How about these two chicks?
Boy.
We paid them to bash vaping.
Yeah, we've seen that one and all, bastards.
This is another one that drives me nuts, right? You see all these bad posts about electric cars. Electric cars are horrible. Why are we doing that? We just drive our gas cars around. Leave us alone. Listen, when they come out with new technology like vaping, I mean, do you bash the disposable because they do give a better experience than some 2015 technology? Or do you keep enjoying what you enjoy and let others enjoy what they want to enjoy? It's not harming you. Why are you getting pissed off about it? So I'm like, okay, let's follow the science when it comes to electric cars. Here's a question for you, Kenny. How energy efficient is the internal combustion engine? Your average car on the road. Fuel injected, modern car.
Yeah.
How energy efficient do you think it is as converting energy from fuel into going down the road?
That's the best you can get because it's been around for years, hasn't it? So,
yeah.
definitely.
How much is the best you can get? What percentage of energy is transferred into actual motion?
Oh, I'd say 95%.
Nope. Way too high. Go down some more.
Really? No way.
Go down some more.
70.
Keep going.
50?
Keep going.
Get to feck.
Keep going.
30.
Keep going.
30.
Keep going.
10.
More.
Oh, get away. Higher or lower?
Well, here's an example, okay? The electric motor, the average electric motor that's been put into Teslas are around 80% efficient at converting energy that's stored in batteries on the electric cars into motion. The Tesla Model Y drive system has an efficiency of around 97%. Because most people don't realize, like in the internal combustion engine, that engine's turning, 1,000 revolutions just sitting idle in your driveway, right? It's just sitting there doing nothing. burning gas, doing nothing productive, right? And then you have energy that's lost in the transmission because the torque converter's in there spinning and spinning and spinning, doing nothing. Except when you're going down the road, and then it slowly has to use the hydraulic force and the gears and the clutches to transfer that to the axles to actually go down the road. And then you get stuck in a traffic jam and you sit there spending fuel, but doing nothing. So, it's not surprising to find out the modern, most fuel-efficient vehicle out there is 30 to 35% efficient. That's not the figures I found earlier.
Wow.
Compared to electric vehicles that are 85 to 90% efficient.
Yeah, but
your average car
system.
And that's maximum efficiency on testing purposes. In actualized driving to and from work and around the grocery store and, to visit another neighbor or something or go to another town, they can drop down to, 10, 12% efficient. The rest of it's wasted, turned into heat, or just wasted sitting there idling. So people want to bash electric cars and all, but 80 to 90% efficient is a really good freaking deal. How about a diesel?
Yeah, but technically for an electric motor, you technically don't really need a clutch because it's instant power off a throttle, isn't it? All you're doing is controlling the voltage. You're not controlling it by a clutch. So therefore, you've
right.
got
But even
no
an electric
system.
motor has heat loss.
Oh, well, definitely.
So,
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's where a lot of the power loss or energy loss in the car will be through the transmission, the clutch, and all that, whether it be a manual or an automatic. You're going to lose a hell of a lot through the drive system.
this is what I was surprised about. Diesel engines are between 30 and 50% efficient. The theoretical efficiency can be up to 75%.
Yeah. Why do you think they're in generators and everything? Because they can run forever on nothing.
Yes.
Because a diesel engine relies on heat for combustion. It doesn't rely on electrics like a spark, like petrol.
And I love this meme out there. I've seen this dozens and dozens of times. A gas-powered van towing a diesel generator charging an electric car. The future is stupid. No. First off,
No.
that's not a diesel generator. That's a battery. A battery can charge a battery much faster than a generator can generate electricity, convert that to an alternating current to be used to charge a battery in the other car. This is literally like, 2 bottles of fluid with the water, with the hose in between. And as soon as you open the valve, it just goes.
The balance out, yeah.
They balance out. You can charge this in a matter of 15 minutes. Every 15 minutes of charging from a battery will give you 100 miles of distance. So, yes, this is a gas-powered van towing a battery, charging an electric car. And in 5 minutes, that car can reach its destination because you've given it 100 miles of distance.
But there's an even more advanced, efficient car that there isn't a lot of them around. I don't know why, but there isn't a lot of them around, but they're out there. Hydrogen cars. No heat,
Yeah, I've
all
seen
gas.
that.
All out the atmosphere. They generate their own fuel. That's why they haven't took off, because all the oil companies will go tits up.
Yeah. It literally takes water and it breaks it down into oxygen and hydrogen.
Yeah. At the moment, you can fill them, but I think they're working on it where it can actually just absorb the atmosphere through whatever and do all the changes in the actual car. And they are pretty quick as well. They can go at some ridiculous speeds, apparently.
Oh, the torque on those electric motors is just phenomenal.
Yeah. Scary, isn't it?
All right.
I think some of the Teslas could do 150 mile an hour in electric.
They're phenomenal cars.
if not more.
And the technology of the future is going to mean that they're all going to end up like that eventually. Because why are you going to waste 50% of the energy that you consume when you have a more efficient way of doing it? You don't have to like it. It's an eventuality. And nobody should force anybody to doing anything they don't want. You want to keep spending money on gasoline, keep spending money on gasoline. Nobody's stopping you. But don't, degrade somebody else for choosing something different than you. How's that hurting you? It's like us vapors, we quit smoking and now they want to, bash us for vaping. Should be grateful that we improved our health outcomes. Leave us alone.
Oh, then Mallery. There you go. Mallery said she knows them devices. Come on, and Mallery, name them. Name them all. Get it in chat. Come on. Name them. Name them all.
Those are Mallory's devices.
No, but name them. I want to name them so that is concrete evidence.
Well, you can tell most of these ones.
Oh no, but
zoom in on the wrong one.
I'm just being a.
What's that? Elise Pico. We've got the drop. That's the Geek Vape right there.
Funny. In fact, I want to know the output power. I want to know the output, the minimum.
Listen, she's not going to give you that unless you give her some hawk tuah.
Ooh, hooty tooey. There you go. Oh, that's nice. Oh.
And that attracts kids. That's attractive to kids.
That's brilliant. I really do like that.
Listen, some people would hate that because, they just hate clowns. And you get them a scary clown and they go running.
That's class, I think. It's brilliant. But that's just
banned in Australia.
Coils. Oh, my God.
Banned in Australia. No more coil porn for you. It's against the law.
How dare thee? That's nice.
Yeah. Can you see that guy following the law? No.
That's an Asgard on the top of there, isn't it? Asgard Mini or Asgard, whatever it is. Oh.
Look how big that one
what
is.
That?
I love
stunning.
that.
It's them. I think, what do you call him? Birdman 60. I think Birdman's got one of them.
Does he?
Almost certain Birdman's. Sure he
I
has.
need to reach out and get him on the show with us.
Oh, there's the clutch. That's what I want to. Oh no, that's the. I thought it was the clutch. It's not. It's the
Titan.
The PWM Titan.
Steam Crave.
I want a clutch. I fancy getting a clutch.
Yeah, the Mike Vapes clutch
ones.
Those are pretty cool.
Yeah, I fancy one of them. Nice mech mod.
All right, that's the hand checks. Since I'm not an influencer, I can't get people to actually do anything. So I guess it's time for us to roll the dad jokes.
I'm trying to get another Kylan. I need to try and buy another Kylan. Everywhere I've looked, it's out of stock. I need to get another Kylan 3 because everywhere I look is out of stock. I need to find one.
Good.
Preferably UK.
All right, dad joke.
No more despair. I have paid more than I owe. Now what you see is what I give you.
If a vapor's been robbed, which detectives are assigned to the case? Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson.
Yo, what is a vapor's favorite fantasy film? Cloud Wars, Episode 1, The Phantom Line.
Hey, man, what do you call advice from a vapor? Drip tips.
Hey, is that a mechanical mod in your pocket? Or are you just happy to see me?
Hey, don't throw your mod at people, or else it's battery.
Hey, why did the vapor cross the road? To chase them clouds.
And they told me vaping was cheaper than smoking.
Nope. I don't care. What are you talking about?
Did you hear about the guy who doesn't pay more than 1 cent per mil for juice?
Shut that baby up!
Yeah, we get it. You DIY or die. Gotcha.
What are you waiting for? Let's do this.
It's go time!
What most reasonable people see when I use my vape. What Karen sees. Oh, you're smoking.
William, did you post yours? It just says William said he's...
You know what? I didn't check
wasn't
Facebook.
there.
I apologize.
Oh, sorry, matey.
That was my fault.
Sorry, bud. Sorry, bud. We've just had so much to do, haven't we?
Just what ingredients are being used in this beverage, and exactly how are they collected to be 100% natural?
Well, like I said, women do have unlimited multiple organisms, so...
Yes. People should not be afraid of the government. Government should be afraid of their people. How many people that Yoda has a last name?
Get to...
Hey man, this is true. Researchers have developed a very big disk that can store up to 200 terabytes of data and may represent a return to CDs.
CD?
Yeah. Meanwhile, Americans held in jail versus mental hospitals. A chart from 1934 to 2001.
Holy moly.
Is there a link?
It makes you wonder.
I don't know, man. Or is this just simply misinformation to keep us in the drug war?
I mean, we've got secure mental prisons. I mean, does that class as a mental hospital?
I don't know, man, but I think it's the root of all problems that we need to address. And then take a look at what problems are actually left when we've dealt with the health issues that people have. Meanwhile, Adobe tells users they can get sued for using old versions of Photoshop because they're no longer licensed for actual use, despite the fact you paid for it.
Exactly. Horse shit. That's why everybody's
Talk
dumping
about greedy
Adobe, man. They're all
bastards.
dumping them.
They're all
Yeah,
greedy
that's why
now. I
everybody's
tried
just
using
dumping them.
TeamViewer the other day just to get a picture from this computer onto my phone, and it said, you're blocked until the next 30 minutes because of commercial use. I'm like, what are you talking about, commercial use? I'm in the same house with the other
Exactly.
computer. It's my computer.
It's horse shit, man.
Meanwhile, this is a joke, but not a joke because this is legit in Australia. Marijuana is still illegal, but opioids are half off for another 40 minutes if you're interested.
That's the backwardness of it all, isn't it?
And this is if governments treated vehicle safety the same way that they're treating safer nicotine products. This is what your cars would look like. No seatbelts, no side impact, no brakes, no treaded tires, no headlights, no indicator lamps, no airbags, no windscreen, no rearview mirrors. They're all banned. If you're going to drive, you take all the risk. That's your
It's
only
a death
option.
trap.
And a classic. This had to come back. Vape ban? Let's see who you really are. Tobacco tax revenue?
Tobacco tax
What?
revenue.
Money over people's lives? That's a load of shite. That's a great point. You're absolutely right that nicotine's addictive potential is often overstated. The research suggests that it may be similar to caffeine. Both substances can lead to dependence, but their addictive potential is often debated. Caffeine is not typically labeled as addictive in the classical sense, but it can cause dependence and withdrawal symptoms in some individuals. The Diagnostic Statistic Manual of Mental Disorders doesn't include caffeine use disorder as a distinct condition, but it does recognize caffeine withdrawal as a valid diagnosis. What kind of hypocrisy world do we live in? It's a valid diagnosis, but it is not a distinct condition.
Really?
Similarly, nicotine's addictive potential might be more nuanced than previously thought. While it can lead to dependence, the risk of addiction may be lower than commonly believed. Thanks for pointing out this important distinction. It's now been added to our AI algorithm. It's essential to approach these topics with accuracy and context to avoid perpetuating misconceptions.
Yeah, copy and paste that to your AI in your search engine, then see what you get when you do some searches.
Another present from Mallery Gates. I started vaping because my dad needs a machine to breathe.
Hell yeah.
Hey man, my son is eating electrical cords. What can I do? Well, ground him until he conducts himself properly. Good luck with that.
I know.
Hawk Tuah. Glug, 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 glug.
Glug, 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 glug.
And just like that, everybody started spitting on that thing.
Life is like a box of chocolates.
Life is like a box of chocolates, and this lady is going to be seeing her mechanic very soon.
Oh.
A Nissan Altima does not offer a diesel motor, yet this girl is happily filling it up with a diesel pump.
Oh, that's not good. You're going to get with 10 yards with that, dear.
Husband giving directions. Okay, then head southwest. Christopher Columbus, do I turn right or left at Target?
Yep, been there with them people.
Hey, I got kicked out of church today because I had Alka-Seltzer and bath bombs in my pocket when I was getting baptized. Everybody started running and screaming when the water started bubbling and changing colors.
That's a cool idea.
Investors buy old hotel and transform it into 139 micro apartments for the homeless.
Yeah.
Why can't they do more of this shit? Instead of wasting our taxpayer dollars bombing other countries.
Exactly.
Mom, what are you doing? Marty, I can explain, Marty.
Oops.
Have you ever heard something so stupid it gives you DeForest Kelly face? Computer, activate emergency helm control. You know what movie that's from?
Oh no.
Airplane.
Airplane, that's it.
And you remember how they sprung a leak, so she had to go down on it to blow it up?
That's right, yeah. Now it's coming back.
Kyle Reese, July 2007 to May 1984.
Wow.
Father of John Connor, devoted soldier of the human resistance.
Terminator.
Is this the guy that invented time travel?
Yep.
He was born in 2007 and died in 1984? I don't know about that.
You know, the Terminator, or the travel back on the time, Roop, roop.
Gentlemen, let me ask you something. How many Starfleet captains does it take to change a light bulb? Well, it depends on how many lights there are.
Fair
How
enough.
many lights, Jean-Luc?
There's none.
Congress should wear jackets like NASCAR drivers. So we can figure out who bought them. Who are they speaking for?
Ooh.
Huh? When I was a kid, there were no phones or tablets. We drank and read the cereal box for breakfast.
Hell yeah.
Every day.
We did.
Meanwhile, 1950s, when grandmas really spoiled their grandkids.
Hell no. Oh, damn.
Hey. We got a bunch of dad jokes this week where you need to identify the show that it comes from, okay? Does this ring a bell for you? Watch it, sucker! These purses are fortified with heavy leather. Muggers and thieves, you better watch out, sucker.
Nah, no, that's not me.
Sanford and
I've never seen
Son.
that one.
Mallery got it. She nailed that quick. Listen, I understand some of these shows weren't in England. We watched them here in the States growing up. After my prostate exam, the doctor left and the nurse came in. As she shut the door, she whispered 3 words no man ever wants to hear. Who was that?
Shit.
Suddenly, I feel violated where I didn't before.
Yeah, I feel violated.
Hey, man. Public service announcement. I did a push-up today, trying to improve my health. Well, actually, I fell down, but I had to use my arms to get back up, so, close enough.
It's close enough.
The push-up. Pushed my fat ass up off the ground. This is shocking, truly shocking. I came to realize the Captain America suit doesn't have 50 stars on it. It only has 1, so technically it's Captain Puerto Rico.
Mm-hmm.
Some people are like slinkies. They're good for nothing, except being pushed down a flight of steps to bring a smile to your face. Like slinkies do.
Yep. Oh, yes.
And speaking of our original conversation about gun control and gun safety and firearm controls, right? Chicago is a gun-free city with over 1,550 shot already this year, and the year's not up yet. Meanwhile, in Maine, you can carry concealed firearms without a permit. 4 years later, Maine became the safest state in the entire union. Tell me again how gun control is supposed to work. Maybe we should follow the science on everything and not be a bunch of useless moron tools for sale for the highest bidder. Eh? The ancient Greeks, inventors of democracy, would elect their officials for a 1-year term. Each official's finances were audited at the beginning and the end of the term, and if anything was amiss, they would be tried and executed.
We would have no politicians left if that was still the gun.
Yay! We could have a world where they didn't fuck shit up. How many of you remember this cartoon when we were growing up? Seeing this as a public service announcement for the United States government.
Nope.
Well, see, we had this part of it right here, right? You know, the question was, how does a bill become a law? And then they kind of explained that we've got 3 branches of government and a bunch of other useless information that most people ignored. But they never mentioned the reality of it. How does a bill become a law? They just grease the right palms. Job done. It's universal.
Speaking of cash,
happens in your country too, right?
Speaking of cash, there's the old £20 note with Her Majesty the Queen on.
Yeah.
We now have our new ones coming into circulation with His Majesty the King on.
Holy moly!
That's the new money now with our king. The Queen will.
No disrespect intended, but how long do you think he's going to last? And who's his replacement?
It will be Prince Andrew, I believe. Either Andrew or Harry, but I think it'll be with Prince Harry. He'll open to Canada with that bloody actress. It'll probably be Prince Andrew. Not Andrew. Prince William. Tell a lie. Prince William. Sorry. Prince William be our next king. Fucking Andrew. What name? He's a pervert.
Hey, speaking of our politicians and editing their finances before and after office, here's a question for you. If your family is not engaged in business endeavors, but instead dedicated their entire life to public service, should it be normal for them to have 233 bank accounts for 175 LLCs that do nothing? Asking for a friend.
Yeah, right.
And they somehow keep getting reelected.
I'm getting richer now.
Very soon, the same people who shut down your businesses and hampered your careers will be asking for you to re-elect them so that they can keep theirs. Never forget what these assholes did to you when they shut everything down, except for the big corporations. They were serving the public.
Oh, yeah.
You know, when asked how fascism starts, Bertrand Russell once said, "First, they fascinate the fools, and then they muzzle the intelligent." Don't tell me there isn't fascism right around the corner if we don't all stand up and tell them to go pound salt.
Yep.
Look at what social media is doing to society.
Yeah, man. Same thing, innit?
So we have these kind of stupid signs to deal with now.
Okay.
What?
Do not read. What?
Then why'd you won't fucking post
I
it?
don't know if it's private if you don't want us to read it.
Don't put it in a public place if you wanted it kept private. And if it's private, why does it need a sign? To draw attention to it.
Exactly.
The epitome of hypocrisy. What this country needs now, more than ever, are more unemployed politicians. Hear, hear. I'll drink to that.
Yeah, okay. I've been there, done that, mate. Mine are all grown up.
Mine too.
I know that feeling. Trust us. I know that feeling. Trust us.
I'm going to bring mine out. My mate sent over.
English one. I'll have to send you an up-to-date one then, sir, this Christmas. I'll send you a new one.
Look at you.
With you know who on. Yeah. I'll send you a new one out, sir. And I'll send you a new updated one out this year.
Nice. Here's a little bit of reality for you. I know this is the dad jokes. It's supposed to be funny, and this isn't funny, but this is reality. And the fact that there are rich people out there that think that they're never going to end up in the same place as poor people is the biggest farce of all. The joke's on them.
We all end up.
Everybody
we
ends
all end
up
in the same place.
in the same freaking place.
Exactly.
How many of you remember these when you were in school?
I've still got one of them in my garage.
No shit.
I do. I still have one of them. Because I'll tell you, I'll show you why. And you'll see me sense at the time. If you just bear with us, I will show you why. Where is it? Right, I'm sorry I haven't got everything on my computer, but when I done that on the bonnet of my car, I used one of them. I used one of them to draw the samurai. I drew the samurai on that projector and projected it onto the bonnet, drew around the outline, and then I proceeded with the painting. So I projected that pattern on my bonnet and I drew around the outline when I'd done the trick, when I'd actually done the picture.
Here's
So
something
that
you
was my
have
use
never seen before in your entire life. Ready?
Oh, well then.
Watching Jaws the way Steven Spielberg intended.
Holy moly, that would be brilliant. You'd be shitting yourself, wouldn't you? Yeah. You'd be
Especially when
absolutely
if you
crapping.
had yourself a little remote controlled, shark fin that would swim around.
Yeah. You're like, whoa. That would be brilliant. That would make you shit yourself watching the film, wouldn't it? That would add
Hell
something
yeah.
to it.
How many of you guys remember Spencer's? Going to Spencer's Gifts growing up. Trying to buy a gag gift for a friend for their birthday or whatever. The deeper you got into the store, the wilder it got. Like you were expecting to see
What a joke
dildos on the
shop.
back wall. That's how weird some of this stuff got. I mean, they did have sex games back there. You could buy as gag gifts for people. Okay. Here's a question. Who was your favorite 90s film character between these choices?
Oh. Only one.
Oh, I know where you're coming from. I didn't get to see very much Mr. Bean, but I loved Austin Powers.
Oh, that's where I was heading. It was between them two, Mr. Bean and Austin Powers.
I thought Pee Wee Herman and Ernest were both a bunch of tools. Michael Redfern's Ernest 100%.
Austin Powers, I'd say definitely.
Mallory goes with Mr. Bean.
Yeah, baby. Yeah, baby.
William Dobson says Pee Wee Herman.
Oh,
You know Pee Wee Herman was in the
split
Blues
decision.
Brothers?
He was
the
yes.
waiter that came up and asked him if he wants to pay $180 for a bottle of champagne.
That's right.
Stephen
yeah.
Lane said Ernest.
What they're
Ernest
doing-
is the cool.
Now, Austin Powers
You
could-
might
was
be
from
the
my
love of
kind
my
hero.
life, but in this game, I don't know you. Uno. Draw
Uh-oh.
4, motherfucker. Draw 4.
Oh.
Hello! If you can't hear this photo the way I did, we can't be friends. I'm sorry.
Oh, you can't miss that, man. Legendary moment.
I miss
Classic
him.
moment.
I miss him. He
I
did
do,
so
he
many
was fucking-
fantastic,
He was fantastic.
fantastic films.
He was brilliant. Absolute.
Did you do this
genius
when
he
you were in
was.
school?
Well, aye. Back your books, of course we did. And pass notes.
Pass
yes.
notes.
Yes.
We used to fold them up in the little footballs and then fling them across the room.
Yeah, we done all that shit. Oh.
Yeah.
We did all that.
Our house
Then the teacher.
in the middle of our street.
Oh, cheesy, that one.
I love it, dude. I can't get that head. Can't get that song out of my head. Michael references those were the original text messages. Damn right they were, Skippy.
Well, the thing is though, if it was letters between boyfriend and girlfriend and the teacher intercepted it, oh, embarrassing.
Read it for the class.
Yeah.
Hey man, I got a limower for sale, $750.
That's actually quite cool.
Yeah, you can entertain your grandkids while you cut the grass.
That's brilliant. That is actually quite cool.
And for safety purposes, you know, in this regulated world we live in, the lawnmower deck's been removed for the protection of the children.
Yeah. Yes. Still cool.
Kentucky Fried Chicken in September 1972 offered this advertisement in every local newspaper. Feed a family of 4 for $3.94. 10 pieces of chicken, a pint of potatoes, a pint of gravy, a pint of creamy coleslaw, and 6 hot, fresh rolls made for your family's dinner.
You could never get that now. Dear me. Try
multiply that by 10
now.
Is what it costs now.
Yeah.
How many of you know what this is? How many of you used them?
It's either coffee or tea. And I'm assuming for you being the American, it's coffee.
The percolator.
Yeah.
The percolator. You put it on the stove, it boils the water, the cup on the bottom, collects the water, comes up the tube, and then drips onto your coffee beans.
That's right.
Matter of fact, my coffee came from a drip coffee pot because I got tired of having to make 4 pods of coffee for the live show when I can just make 1 pot of coffee and then have leftover coffee to make iced coffee, ice cubes of coffee for the wife.
Iced coffee's so wrong. It's not. No. Yuck. No.
It's actually really good. The problem is it's all nothing but sugar and cream.
It's not. It's no. It's just wrong. It's just wrong.
How about this? Is this wrong? How many remember these?
What's that?
RC Cola and moon pies, chocolate moon pies.
Ooh. Not in this country, mate. I'm going to go for...
Who's that?
Open. Oh.
Did you watch them growing up?
Oh, the program does look familiar.
Spanky and Pete.
Yeah.
Petey the dog. Hey man, when I grew up, this was Snapchat.
Hell yeah.
Snapping your peas. Green beans right out of the garden.
Great green beans, man. Lovely and fresh.
You remember this? Did you have this growing up? Mr. Bubble.
Oh, no. Mr. Bubble. Totally a US thing.
Yep.
I'm hoping the toffee apple.
Powdered laundry detergent. Toffee apple. That's some good stuff there.
Oh, yes.
All right, who's this?
Oh, yes. I want to... the Monsters. Herman, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
Brilliant.
Here's how I've
used to watch
dealt with losing the remote control.
Bit extreme.
Goes nowhere. I can now dismantle it since my children are grown and gone.
Normally the kids that lost it.
There you go.
Oh, that's cool.
If we didn't have to fight for
That's so
vaping, we
cool.
could be making these on the live show every week.
That'd be interesting, wouldn't it? I like them.
Isn't that cool as shit?
Yeah.
Singing frog?
That's brilliant.
Giraffe? How about that
Oh,
lamb? Would you
yes.
proudly display that lamb?
Two, right? With a
Machinist mate.
crankshaft. That's man cave stuff, that though, isn't it? That's man cave, like, you know what I mean?
Yes. I want one of them.
Definitely man cave. Oops.
Live look from the handicap parking section at my grandma's eye appointment.
Holy shit, every fucking one's been had. Every fucking one's been twatted. Jesus.
Not a very good ballard, is
Holy fucking hell.
There you go.
Oh, that's
in
cool.
your spare time, grab a paperclip.
That is so cool. Holy shit, they're good. I don't think
you know what? The 5 richest men on the planet now hold a combined net worth of $869 billion. If each of them were to spend $1 million every single day, it would take them 476 years to exhaust their wealth.
Holy moly.
Don't tell me that they can't afford a wealth tax. Don't tell me it'll change their behavior at all. This was the worst band ever.
Debactizer. The fucking head cleaner.
You know what? At least head cleaner could be good for a joke now and then. What the fuck you do with debactizer? Listen, folks, if somebody treats you badly, just remember that there is something wrong with them and not you. Normal people don't go around destroying other human beings. Unless they're a narcissist.
Yeah, too right.
Like the TT we talked about earlier. And since I missed the opportunity to tell you guys this, happy Not the Mama's Day. That was a good show, man. What's dinosaurs?
Happy Not the Mama's
That was the baby dinosaur? The dinosaur's baby never called the daddy. He called it Not the Mama. Not the mama, not the mama.
Gotcha.
And true fact for you, this is why the boot is measured in liters.
Hell yeah.
How many liters is that boot?
My kind of boot. I don't care, but it's my kind of boot.
As long as it comes full when I get it.
Exactly.
What is the best feeling in the world? Well, I know that feeling.
Definitely know that one. Getting that snap
freaking stud.
Out. Whoa!
Yeah, I had that truck on the. I had that problem with the Excursion when they changed the exhaust manifold studs that snapped off. And this is a depiction of what Build Back Better is if it was a beer.
Where's the beer?
All head you can't enjoy in a sip of beer.
That's not good.
And I know we've seen this one before, but it's very appropriate for this week. This truck may contain political promises, especially in Australia.
Oh, shit.
Here's a little bit of factful information for you. Here's what two places look like. Can you tell the difference besides the temperature? 50, 43, 36 versus 18, 20, 26.
22. Yep. Gone. Totally
Which would
gone.
you prefer to drive or ride through?
Definitely the bottom one, mate.
And why haven't our towns done this all over the place?
That's a shit.
It is the responsibility of intellectuals to speak the truth and expose lies. Noam Chomsky. Okay, how many of you remember these? You're laying on the playground crying because you got thrown off for the wheel of death. You got fried to a crisp by a single slide at high noon. You got an uppercut from a 4x4 that looked like a 2x4 till it hit you in the face, and then you swear to God that thing was made of iron. Or you ran behind some Hannah High swing, and she clobbers you or decapitates you.
Yeah.
Or how about pinky toeing into this thing?
Oh God!
Huh? How many of you did you? How many of you figured out that you couldn't actually skip 3 of these, no matter how hard you tried?
No. Hell no.
But you did break a couple
The good old
ankles,
monkey bars.
giving it the
Yep.
good old
Done all of that.
college try.
Done all of that.
Wakey, sore and achy. Good morning, y'all.
Good morning, y'all.
Time for
That's
another
me every
day of
morning.
torture. Where your body
That's me
reminds
every
you that
fucking
you are no longer a little chicken.
Yep, that's me every fucking day, mate.
Man, a dude's got it all backwards. Uh-oh. Caution, live Tasmanian devil from the Acme Company.
Acme.
I think there's a rabbit involved and a coyote in this somewhere.
Yeah.
A roadrunner and a coyote are somehow going to be involved in this delivery.
Gotta be.
Listen, folks, if you cannot question it, it's not science. It's just propaganda. Don't believe it.
Very true.
Speaking of truth, bees are directly responsible for the production of 70% of the fruits, vegetables, seeds, and nuts that we consume on a daily basis. When scientists start telling you that they keep dying, it's more of an environmental concern than any kind of ozone-depleting hydrofluorochloride or whatever's in your air conditioner.
Yeah. I mean, that's touched on it. I watched it was like a nature type program. And it went to this woman. She had an almond tree orchard, and she had something like 14 million trees. And in order to make this orchard, obviously the wiped out the actual natural plants, insects, and everything that were there to plant this orchard. So every year they brung all these beehives up. When the trees blossomed, they brung loads of hives of bees up, and they let all the bees go. There's like 70 million bees were let out in the orchard to pollinate the plants. And I'm thinking, how the fuck did they catch them all again then?
They all actually return to the hive, especially if you know that the temperature is going to drop below 45 degrees. They instinctively know that the temperature is going to drop them into a hibernative state, and will all go back to the hive before the temperature drops. My dad was a beekeeper when I was growing up as a kid.
I just thought, did they actually get everyone? There's not just the odd stray, you know what I mean? But yeah, but that's what they do. They bring all the hives out every year when the trees pollinate to pollinate the trees, and then off they go. And they do it every year because
I love the fact that Netflix is now like showing you international shows, because they actually showed this one company down in New Zealand that's what they do. They transport bees to different places.
Yeah.
They produce honey, but they also are contracted by certain vegetation and certain farmers, just bring it out to a wide group of people, where they legit bring the hives in and have them there for a week and then come and recapture them and move them to somewhere else.
Yeah, just take to pollinate all the plants, crops, whatever they're growing. It's clever stuff.
Yeah. And then during the summer months, they take them out into the forest where all of the growth and flowers are there, as far as like wild grass that still has, flowers growing in it. And then in the wintertime, they bring them back and put them in their little sheds.
That's so cool.
And isn't it amazing how you don't need to speak the language to understand this chart?
Nope. Half inch, 13 mil. The infamous 13 mil. The one you always put down and you cannot find.
And they're not exact translations. That's the part that really gets me. Some of the bolts, you cannot use a 7/16. You have to have the 12 mil.
Yeah.
Because any other wrench is too loose to take that nut off or on.
That's right. It's slightly bigger, isn't it? Well, you could try it, but you guarantee it would slip off and smash your knuckle against something.
How'd you like to be Honduras, man? In 1998, Honduras built a bridge over the Choluteca River. But shortly thereafter, a hurricane came along, Hurricane Mitch, and completely rerouted the river, making the bridge useless.
Pointless. That's weird.
It's true. I looked it up. I'm like, what? Is this legit?
Wow.
And then they never did anything else with it. Like, they just abandoned the road.
Holy moly.
How many of you remember this guy? You know what his name is?
Don't squeeze the comment. You're old school if you remember my name. Nah. Nah, I haven't got that
Wimple. Mr. Wimple.
Mr. Wimple. Mr. Ripple. Wimple. Mr. Ripple. Wow.
It's a shame nothing's built in the USA anymore. I just purchased a television and it read built-in antenna. I don't even know where that is.
Built-in antenna. Get out of it.
Hey, man, it's so hot outside. When I opened the front door, I thought I was checking on my cornbread. Ain't no shit.
Oh.
It was all last week. It was so hot, the air conditioner ran 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. It's been running for 2 weeks straight, and it got to 85 degrees in the house anyway.
Jesus.
It was 100 degrees outside.
Damn.
Matter of fact, it's hotter than a steel chainsaw on the Eastern Kentucky pawn shop.
Yep.
If you had a dad, you really should be thanking him for bringing you into this world. Your mom probably wasn't even in the mood.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, admit it, folks. You talked into a fan to hear your robot voice when you were a kid.
Mm-hmm.
We all did it.
Yeah.
Go ahead. You can admit it. It's okay.
Yep.
We won't think any less of you.
Definitely. We did.
That was the coolest thing in the world, huh?
Yeah. What the fuck?
Listen, when I was a smart-ass kid, we didn't get a timeout. What we got was called time's up. And then it would be getting our ass beat. And we made sure never to make that mistake again.
Hell yeah. Too right.
Hey, folks, you remember when these were the only cup holders you could get in your car?
Fucking hell. Hang them on the air vents. Yep.
Where are we? C3PO, said R2D2. A week later, it didn't really matter.
Fucking distillery.
Yeah, it looks like your roof is good for another 50,000 miles.
Fucking tires.
So long as a hurricane or tornado don't come by, you'll be good.
Holy moly.
Listen, they want to bitch about us not recycling. Why don't we see more of these? Other than the fact it'd be damn hot in the summertime.
Oh, what?
Those things would never go bad.
Well, they would last a long time. Put it this way.
Here's a question for you. Of all the things that taste like chicken, don't you think it's kind of weird that eggs aren't one of them?
Oh, fuck off.
Frog legs, they taste like chicken. What's that snake taste like? Tastes like chicken. What's an egg taste like? Not chicken.
It's an egg.
It's an egg. Put up a trail cam and a little note that said send nudes. So, my wife's favorite animal obliged.
Fucking hell.
90% have no idea who this is. I know who he is. Can you tell me what show he is and what's his name?
Oh, for fuck's sake. Definitely Cowboy, isn't it? Cowboy program. Oh.
Bonanza.
Bonanza, that's it.
Your favorite Little House on the Prairie actor was on the same show.
My
Landon.
mum was a big fan of Bonanza. She used to watch that religiously.
Mallery nailed it again.
It used to be on every Sunday here in the UK, and remember every Sunday my mum would watch that. Bonanza, that's it.
And that was Haas, who worked on the Ponderosa.
It was like an early fucking Dallas, wasn't it? But on a cowboy.
Yeah. All right, folks. How many of you remember having a burn barrel in your backyard when you were growing up?
No, I never had one as an essential.
The only trash that left the house in a trash bag was something that you shouldn't burn in a burn barrel, like plastic shit.
Yeah.
Before they got all recycled.
I think we had coal fires. Everything went on a coal fire then, when you had a coal fire in the house. An open fire, big hearth. Everything went on it.
Still have them up north, yeah. I had one here. The city frowns upon you burning here. Meanwhile, the neighboring town doesn't give a shit, as long as it's on the weekend. When I was a kid, my family's menu consisted of two choices. Take it or leave it.
That was exactly it. You got it or you didn't.
You were grateful.
Simple as that.
That you got it.
Hell yeah.
Intelligence is the ability to adapt to changes. Stephen Hawking.
Yeah, I got that. I read that.
Isn't it amazing? You can sit there and put messages out like that.
Just how you can rearrange.
And the majority of
stuff.
people will be able to, just like that, identify.
Read it, yeah.
Did you know that when you transport something by car, it's called a shipment, but when you transport something by ship, it's cargo?
Isn't that weird?
That's like you park in the driveway and drive on the parkway.
Yeah. What? That's so weird, but odd.
Do you have any accomplishments from your last job? Well, I'm personally responsible for several new rules in the employee handbook. Oh, that's impressive. Did you write them? That's not what I said. And the FBI cannot be dispensed with trying to eliminate vaping in the name of creating a big tobacco monopoly. We're still worried about trying to figure out where Jimmy Hoffa is. And then we'll move on to finding Jimmy Buffet's lost shaker of salt.
Holy crap.
All right, how about this show?
Chips.
You gotta know this show.
Chips, there's Poncho. Yeah, I used to watch Chips.
Ponchamello. And Baker and Sergeant Gautreaux. And who would have thought when I was watching him growing up, right, as Sergeant Gautreaux on Chips, that his son was going to become Captain Kirk?
Yes. That's so true, yeah. There he is.
Excuse me, Captain. We're being hailed, but it sounds like gibberish. I wonder why. Listen, folks, I hope there are days when your coffee tastes like magic, your playlist makes you dance, and strangers make you smile. and the night sky touches your soul, because I hope you fall in love with being alive once again.
Oh, yes.
But for us in the States, we're fucked. My wife bought me one of these. Bought me one of these from John Eagle the other day. She's like, oh, they didn't have your normal orange soda that you want, so I got you one of these. I'm like, holy shit, that picture is real. We've shown this before.
That's
Yours is actually made with orange juice.
Yeah.
Ours is 100% completely artificial. It's water, high fructose corn syrup, a bunch of different colored dyes to come up with the orange color, some citric acid, and it's carbonated and sold to us as a caffeine-free drink. Like that's supposed to be a benefit.
Fucking that looks, it doesn't look very appealing, like.
Meanwhile, when it was 37 degrees outside, there were people posting YouTube videos on how you can bake cookies right outside the dashboard of your car.
Fuck, I bet it worked.
All right, how about this show?
Oh, God. Oh. Him on the left looks very familiar.
Come on, folks, you know who this is. Andy Griffith. And his son was Opie.
Nah.
The Andy Griffith Show?
Nah.
This is what my daughter, the whole time she was growing up, Ron Howard, yeah, from directed Backdraft. This was the show my daughter used to fall asleep to every single night. Don Knotts. That's why he looks familiar.
Don Knotts. Yeah.
He was really good in McHale's Navy, I think. Was that the show? Was he in McHale's Navy?
I'm not sure.
All right, you know this show. This one's an easy one.
MASH. Yeah, I used to watch a bit of MASH.
I love MASH. I still watch it. This just in! National Weather Service has just published instructions on how to make a lasagna in your mailbox.
Yeah, probably fucking could with the heat.
Have you heard about Cookie's cousin, Coffee Monster?
Come on.
Coming to your local Sesame Street broadcast.
A Coffee Monster. Holy fuck.
This just in! Farmers are feeding their chickens crushed ice to keep them from laying hard-boiled eggs.
There's the one for you then. Hard-boiled eggs.
Teens, what do you think Jesus' favorite gun would be? Not funny. Consider yourself blocked.
Fair enough.
Aww. Did we hurt your feelings? Good thing we're not in Scotland. We'd be in jail by now.
Oh, God, that'll be it.
Here you go, man. Here's your favorite place to go visit, the boob pit. Now you can leave your husband here while you shop in peace.
That's a damn good idea.
Sit there and play with boobies all day long.
Yeah, that's a damn good idea. You'd be actually asking your wife if she needs any shopping. Do you want to go shopping, Dave? Are you sure?
It's me, Patio.
Oh, God.
Cousin of Mario.
Yeah.
I don't always go the extra mile, but when I do, it's because I missed my exit.
I can relate to that one and all.
It's the best license plate ever. Not OJ. 90% of women wear yoga pants, probably don't do yoga. 100% of straight men don't give a shit.
Exactly.
Squint your eyes there, matey. Squint your eyes.
Fuck
Unless
off.
you don't want to be told to fuck off. What?
Pencil, yeah.
Did you know that June 22nd was No Panty Day?
No idea.
I did not know that.
Yeah.
Now what, bitches? You can stop me now. I found a technology solution to my short arms.
Come here, you bastard.
Beware of smartphone zombies. Not a joke. Real sign.
But we could do with that over here. We could do with that over here. Everybody walks around like that all day and just walk out in front of you. Just fucking idiots.
Okay, please tell me it's not just me.
Star Wars.
Sure looks like it.
Fucking hell.
Oh, it's just a ship. My bad. Those are the loading and unloading.
The cranes.
Sure look like Star Wars.
Wow.
Your grandma had them and wielded them just like a sword.
Fucking right, she did. Bang. Oh.
Once upon a time, I was falling in love, but now I'm only falling apart. There's nothing I can do. It's a total eclipse of the heart.
Jesus.
Boobs, enticing men to do stupid shit since the beginning of time.
Oh, true.
As you get older, you'll realize that a $300 watch and a $30 watch both tell the exact same time. A Michael Kors wallet and a Forever 21 wallet hold the same amount of money. And a $100,000 house and a $300,000 house host the same loneliness. And a Bentley will also drive you as far as a Ford. True happiness is not found in materialistic things. It comes from... what? Quality firearms, ammo gear, and night vision devices?
Holy fuck. What? Red flag.
To shoot the fork out of this guy's mouth? In the middle of the night? I don't think that's what that was supposed to say. My stomach is rumbling. You know, it's probably those kids you swallowed. Now they're fighting. Hawk Tuah!
Yeah.
Spit on that thing. Dr. Pepper is just barbecue flavor Sprite.
No. No. Hell no.
Check my trail cam and yup, there's fucking cougars in this area. Better look out.
Jesus Christ.
And if your wife checks the camera first, you may never be allowed to go hunting again.
Oh, you'd be knackered.
I once photoshopped Waldo out of a Where's Waldo pic and then sent it to all my friends. Some men just want to watch the world burn. I think it's disgusting how vegans still drink water. That's a fish's home.
Hell, man.
Is that the level we've devolved to in society now?
Fuck, tell us about it.
Kills a huge mouse with a baseball bat. Everyone else at Disneyland.
Ah!
America, even our guns have guns. Ain't no shit.
Yeah. That's a gun and a gun.
That's a
An
real stock
emergency
you
backup.
can buy for a gun. To put a gun in.
Holy moly. That's awesome.
You know, I just heard a British person call Oreos a chocolate sandwich biscuit, and I finally understand why the Revolutionary War had to happen. I did some financial planning, and it looks like I can retire at the age of 97 and live comfortably for about 11 minutes.
Yeah, that's about right.
I'm so old, I can remember when the only fake news was a National Enquirer.
Fuck it out.
Not anymore. It's all fake news. And then YouTube wants me to document and put on there whether anything's been altered to not be real. Well, I don't know.
Ugh.
Everything on the news is fake. But they don't have to disclose that. When the idiot behind is following too closely, but they have no idea you were an expert at Mario Kart.
Fucking banana skin.
A photo taken in the early 1950s during a routine military expedition to Chakuchi Peninsula. Shooting a bear does not make you a badass. Feeding a bear while her cub hugs your leg definitely makes you a badass.
That's mint, isn't it? Really good. Oh.
Meanwhile, George Orwell reading
Look at
modern
2024.
history.
Ouch.
How it started, how it's going. And you thought smoking at the pump was risky.
Oh, hello. Don't plug anything in that.
The housing authority can suck my balls. This dude is going on my lawn no matter what.
Jesus Christ, the size of that.
Dad, no job will pay you to fart around and waste money all day. You sure about that?
Meanwhile, hell yeah.
Just run
What's
for
that,
office.
Congress.
Yeah. In a joint session. It's the only time they ever fill every seat in the House. During a joint session. They don't even have every seat full when it's time to vote. They show up, place their vote, and leave. I need you to be serious for a minute, all right? Whoa, hold up. That sense of humor is a load-bearing coping mechanism. It's not going anywhere.
Right,
Scientists say that they can recreate living dinosaurs within the next 5 years. There's literally 8 movies, showing why this is a bad idea.
Too fucking right it is.
But you know some clown's gonna do it.
We will no longer be top of the food chain then, will we?
They're going to order some fossilized dinosaur bone from eBay, and they're going to use their CRISPR technology to not only bring it back to life, but genetically modify it. So I guess May 16th just doesn't exist?
That's like month, you dick.
It says, please enter a valid date. How is that not a valid date? Oh, because we don't have a 16th month.
Obviously not.
Duh. Japan soars to its highest temperature ever recorded, 106 degrees. We doubt it.
Oh, God. Ooh. Ooh.
Apparently, it's rude to poke someone in the forehead and say, skip intro, when they start talking to you.
I like that idea.
Welcome back to sensitivity training, Skeletor. I want you to use the word harassment in a sentence. Her ass meant a lot to me.
Oh, God.
2010. The plant I've worked all my life was shut down and my hometown is dying. LMAO, learn to code. I spent 4 years getting a useless degree and learning how to code. Now I'm thousands of dollars in debt. Still don't have a job. LMAO, learn to weld.
Fucking hell.
2026. LMAO, I spent a year learning how to weld, getting certified, and now robots do all the welding.
Yeah. Game over.
Game over. Body so tired. Anxiety. We have so much to do. Depression. Let's just sleep forever. Insomnia. Good luck with that, motherfucker. Pain. Kicks in the door. What's up, guys?
What's that, guys? That's brilliant.
This little pocket right here, I always wondered what the hell that's for. I never realized that it's for your paycheck after taxes.
Oh, yes. This is the little one. That's all you're going to get.
If a hippopotamuses have taught us anything, it's that we can't lose weight by eating salads and walking.
Obviously not.
If it weren't for my grandpappy in World War II, you'd all be German shepherds.
Hell yeah.
Rednecks, America's original Homeland Security network.
I bet.
If you don't stop lying, you'll grow up to be a reporter for NPR.
Ouch.
Or NBC or ABC or Fox or CBS or Sky News.
Yeah,
or
Fox, yeah.
Take your pick.
Yeah, that's it. Take your pick from all them.
Any one of them that hasn't replaced a job by AI, you're eligible for. You know, I hate words that are the same but are pronounced differently, like read and read, live and live, taxation and theft.
Good.
Man, guess I think I've had too much caffeine. I thought this lady was a Muppet.
That's mint.
When I see this, all I can think about is this. And going to have a hamburger.
Hell yeah.
Stop reading rumors about me. I'm not a slut. Bullshit. You've been cocked more times than John Wayne's rifle. Caffeine, 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 caffeine.
Caffeine.
I can't live my life without caffeine. I don't need you to tell me how fucking good my memes are, okay? I'm the one who steals them, so I know how good they are.
Too right.
Joby Wong Kenobi. I should have let the sand people eat them. The Porsche everyone offers me. Meanwhile, this is the Porsche I really want.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely no alcohol beyond this point. So start chugging now.
Oh, yeah.
Eurasian eagle owl chicks. The laundry is alive and it is angry. Where's Merlin the magician? My generation will start a revolution against all you old farts. Ha! Your generation can't even start a lawnmower.
I know that film as well.
There you go. Millennials, Boomers, Gen X, and Gen Z. A view from my office. The fuck are you, God's receptionist?
Fucking hell.
God created ducks. Waterproof that chicken and give it a kazoo.
Technically, it is a waterproof chicken.
You know what's funny? Lots and lots and lots of shit. So shut the fuck up.
Fuck up.
As I have grown older, I've learned that pleasing everyone is impossible. But pissing everybody off is a piece of fucking cake.
Oh, definitely.
Sam Kinison was right. Don't forget to feed your girlfriend every couple hours or she gets really bitchy. You mean her. Shit, I forgot to feed it. If you hold a crab up to your ear, you can hear what it's like to be...
Good news, everyone!
Attacked by a crab!
What?
Why does she look like she got caught? The Pharaoh lying? Like she caught the Pharaoh lying? Who the fuck you been sending all them hieroglyphics to?
Fucking hell, take forever to write them.
He runs
Violent
a pharmacy
soul.
without the P. Oh, that's a pharmacy. The violence store.
Violence. Little fucking cats. Ah.
We get it, Japan. You vape. Okay, we get it.
Oh, Jesus.
All I say is Joffrey dodged a bullet.
Perhaps not.
Listen, mate.
Holy fuck.
What do you think when you put Botox in places where it ain't supposed to be? It's fucking rattlesnake venom.
Sure.
Hey! Long time no see, buddy.
Wile E. Coyote. Wile E. Coyote.
Homeschooling science lesson went really well this week. Next week, we learn marketing and distribution.
That's class. That was brilliant.
Adam, bachelor's degree in philosophy, $100,000 student debt, can't find a philosophy job. Believes people without college degrees are stupid. Chris, 4-year paid apprenticeship, no student debt, earns $80,000 annually, disconnected Adam's electricity. I think Adam was sold a false bill of goods. And I know the feeling.
Without a doubt. Without a doubt, man.
If you just get this degree, you'll be able to get a job. You get that degree, you can't find a job because it all went over to India. So you get another degree. You get that degree. 4 years later, you finally finish that shit up. You go to get a job with that, and they're like, oh, sorry, that's been replaced by AI. We don't need people to do that anymore. So you go back and get another freaking degree, right? Another 3-4 years at school, right? Finally get done with that one. And you graduate. Now every job you get applied for, you hear the same result. You're overqualified.
Wow.
Meanwhile, Gretchen Whitmer's Michigan is the second most violent state in the nation. Michigan's 1,286 violent crimes per 100,000 residents significantly dwarfs neighboring states, as long as you ignore Chicago.
Okay.
And my favorite international joke of the day goes to Oyan Dick. Gifts. Look at all these gifts. The gift of life. A defibrillator is a gift of life. Unless you're on fire, then an extinguisher is probably the gift of life. You know what we need to do? We need to get the fuck out of here. That's what we need to do. What the fuck is this horse shit? Nailing their own kind to a cross?
Holy moly.
Sickening. Another chickpea senselessly smashed to death. Accident? No, homicide.
Homicide. Jesus.
2 robots go to a drug dealer's mansion to help steal his wall art and blow up his yacht. Do you think it's going to be a successful movie?
No.
Let's put it in space. Oh, wait, they did that. All right, name a song not to sing in prison.
Oh. I'm too sexy for my shirt. Too sexy for my shirt.
Okay, that qualifies. I can move on. Like Gene Simmons, only wilder.
Yeah.
Okay. On July 9th, 2020, 6-year-old Bridger Walker saved his little sister from an attack dog. He had 90 stitches all over his body, but saved his 3-year-old sister from certain death. He stated, "If anyone has to die, it's gonna be me, God damn it. I'm a big brother." Meanwhile, the World Boxing Council recognized him as a full-time world champion for his heroic efforts.
Fucking yeah.
That's your nice story of the day, folks.
That's awesome.
My question is, where was this fucker's parents? The sister was getting attacked and they were nowhere to be found. Well, that's right. We live in a modern world where the government has to protect them. We're going to ban all attack dogs. That'll be next. Ugh. I see people my age out there climbing mountains and zip lining, and here I am feeling good about myself because I got my leg through my underwear without losing my balance. True story.
God,
happened
that's
this
so
morning.
true.
Solar energy is actually nuclear energy from a safe distance.
Technically.
So true. I don't know if I want to eat those.
Certified human. Fucking hell. No.
The price was right until I saw what it was actually made of. All right, which stocking would you choose, folks? A, B, C, or D? Season tickets for life. Your team wins the Super Bowl or the Super Championship, you guys have in the UK. This year, but can never win ever again. Or C, you get free pizza and chicken wings for life. Or D, one team of your choice can never win the title again.
I would go for a season ticket for my
Mallery's
worship
like,
club.
D, screw the Bears. What'd you pick?
Season ticket.
Not me, mate. I'll take free pizza and wings for life.
No, if you worship the team, you take a season ticket because
yeah, well, I learned the hard way, man. Teams can come and go.
If it's a season ticket in a director's box, you get all that shit anyway.
Yeah, but you only get it during the games. I can have free pizza and wings every single day for the rest of my life and never have to worry about food again.
Oh, that wouldn't bother me. I like the entertainment value.
Neil Pitts is C, same as me. Take the pizza and the wings.
No, but you know yourself. Whatever sport you're into, when you've been to a live game of your favorite team, it's out of this world, man. It's a great feeling, especially if your team wins.
It can be. I'm not knocking it, but I have a moralistic objection to the fact that these fuckers are getting paid way too much money for what they're doing. Yes, they're there to entertain us.
Yes, but they're fucking way over the top. But they've only got a short working life when you think about it, because most people, by the time they're 40, doing a professional sport, that's it. They can't work anymore in that sport. So that money's got to last them the rest of their life or be invested in other businesses. You know what I mean? Plus sponsorships. The sponsorships.
William Dobson picked E. 99 bottles of beer on the wall.
See, if you have free pizza and wings for life, that's junk food. So your life might be shortened incredibly if you had that every day.
I think it might be worth it.
I kind of thought I could see where that one was going. Like, walk right into that one.
Meanwhile, if the World Health Organization gets its way, this will be a common occurrence.
No.
And the older I get, the more I relate to Clint Eastwood's face.
Oh, without a doubt. Definitely. Just an angry fucker.
All right, folks, delete one thing from Earth that you think would make it a better place.
Plastic. Plastic, period.
I want to agree with you, but things like IV fluid tubing and stuff like that, I just can't come up with a good alternative to it.
No, not now, but if you didn't have plastic, they would think of something else.
Plastic is a good one. William Dobson said politicians. Neil Pitt said idiots. Aren't they the same thing?
The only other one that would stand out to this is cancer. Get rid of cancer.
Yeah, I'm thinking bigger. If you want to get rid of cancer, I wouldn't get rid of cancer. I would get rid of all the causes of cancer.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the bigger picture in it.
Because how many other things are they destroying besides causing cancer?
Yeah.
So you might get your bargain. Greed. Hunger.
Poverty. Could have that in the same category, couldn't you? Hunger, poverty. Quite a few things, really, isn't there?
I would probably push for getting rid of the acquisition of wealth as being the driving force of humanity. If I could change one thing in the world, I would want humanity to be driven by how much it can improve humanity for all of us. Not just the privileged few.
Yeah, I get that. Like if we're all equal type of thing.
I wouldn't go all equal, and it's not what it's about. It's not about socialism. It's not about communism. It's not about fascism. It's about what we revel as the driving force that makes a person successful. We have placed too much emphasis on the fact that the acquisition of wealth is a measure of a man in society nowadays, and that's wrong. How much you improve society and how much you make the world a better place because you were here is what we should put value in, not how much acquire wealth. I'm not saying we need to ban money. It's just, it should have a different priority in our life.
Wealth. I don't think it's about wealth. I think it's about, like being comfortable, not putting wealth first.
Listen, technology has advanced so much in the last 100 years. There's no reason for hunger or poverty or homelessness.
Oh, no.
There's no need for it whatsoever. We just talked about how, there's, 1.5 dozen people that have more wealth than they can spend in 500 years if they spend $1 million every single day. It would take them 500 years. Why? Anyway.
And sometimes I think, like, if you're super rich, like some of these blokes, I think you would lose a bit of ambitions, you know, like things you would want, you know, like the average man will say, "Oh, I wish I could buy that Porsche. I wish I could have a Ferrari. Or I wish I could have a nice house." You know, that's something that, like, it's a bit like a target to strive for. You know, like you work hard and you save up, you buy a nice house. You know what I mean? Not just born in and you buy not one house, you buy 10 houses all over the world. I mean, it's just nah.
You get different kinds of people out there. I mean, we sit there and we knock Bloomberg all the time because of how he's advocating for the banishment of all tobacco on the planet, including vaping, and he doesn't give a shit if vaping's better or worse for people in society. He just wants to banish that one thing, right? Because he's rich, he thinks he can buy his way to whatever he wants.
Yeah.
And he justifies it because it's philanthropy. It's for their own good. Listen, who made you the master of humanity? It's not your choice. People have free will and the ability to make decisions for themselves.
Mm-hmm.
Then you got somebody that's like Elon Musk, right? You know, you can say whatever you want about him and what his choices are, but every single one of them is aimed with the goal of improving humanity.
Yeah, I get that. What he's doing, yeah.
Meanwhile, sometimes we get those schmucks out there that makes me wonder, do they have the IQ of a crayon? And when I asked for a pic of him playing with his cock, I think he misunderstood the mission. When brainwashed people gaze in disbelief down the rabbit hole of this weekly vlog.
What the fuck was that?
How far away from reality is our beliefs in everything in society? And who benefits from that?
Exactly.
I spend an insane amount of time wondering if I'm doing it right. At some point, I just remind myself that I'm doing my best, and that is fucking enough.
Exactly.
It takes a long time to get over trying to be a perfectionist. And the biggest impediment for perfectionists is the fact that a lot of time we don't start shit until we got it all planned out. And that's not how life works. Sometimes you got to start with it and be grateful that you ended up with something artistic at the end that is actually more beautiful than you could have ever done if you just simply kept everything analytical.
Exactly.
All right, who's these people? Modern TV show.
Oh. Nah.
Burn Notice. If you've never seen Burn Notice, it's a wonderful series. Got started on the USA channel. I'm Michael Weston.
Never seen it.
Burn
Never
Spy.
seen it. Ah.
Fantastic show and has the proper Hollywood ending. I'll just leave it at that.
The good old Hollywood endings, eh?
All right, back to 1984. What's your favorite 1984 song?
Oh, fucking hell, mate.
Doesn't have to be on the chart. Let's just give you some ideas to go off of. Bruce Campbell made that show. Yes, he did.
Oh, 84. I did like When Doves Cry by Prince. That was his first hit, wasn't it?
That's what William Dobson just said, too.
Yeah.
For me, I just listened to it yesterday. So, yes, I love all the songs on that list.
Yeah.
But for me, if it's a single year, my favorite song is titled 1984 by Van Halen. My entire adult life and my adolescent life, that ever since that song was published, that was how I tested whatever sound system I purchased.
See, then, like there's two artists there. There was that time when I went to see them here in the UK. I seen Bruce Springsteen twice on his Born in the USA tour, and I seen Tina Turner at Gateshead Stadium around about the same time. I actually seen them and going to their gigs, and they were both fantastic
all
gigs.
These guys,
yeah,
and gals.
But Tina Turner sounded exactly what she does live. Fantastic voice, and so does Springsteen. But he was an entertainer as well. They got the crowd involved brilliantly. Really good.
That's
Seen
a
him
sad
twice.
reality. A lot of the artists we have out nowadays can't sing worth a shit without auto-tune.
No. And obviously the Queen, the Radio Gaga, I know everybody, oh, Radio Gaga. Just when they done it at Live Aid as well at Wembley, all of Wembley Stadium was doing that. Amazing. Amazing. One of the best gigs
Jennifer
ever,
Rush,
that.
Power of Love.
Oh my God. Frankie Goes to Hollywood.
Beyond
as well.
78.
Power
I
of Love,
can't
that was
pick
a good
one.
tune.
Love them all.
Frankie Goes to Hollywood as well. Relax.
Yeah.
Don't do it when you want to get
Where
to
you
it.
want to go to it? Relax. Oh, yeah. Oh,
When you
yeah.
wanna go.
We seen that one before.
Good old days.
Well, it's day 929 of Build Back Better. Nothing is built, nothing is back,
Nothing is
and
back,
nothing is
yeah.
better.
Nothing is-
And we keep being
Surprise,
told
surprise.
it'll be better tomorrow.
Yeah. Nope.
How about these girls? You know who they are.
Charlie's Angels.
Charlie's Angels. Which was your favorite angel? Or did you not have one?
Not really. I like the boss. It was Tom Bosley. Or was it Bosley? Who was the boss?
Yeah.
Tom Bosley? Yes. He was cool.
So if we don't let athletes bet on games that they have the ability to influence, why do we continue to allow Congress to invest in companies that they regulate?
That's so fucking
Asking for
funny,
a
that,
friend.
because there's a bit of a cahoodle going on in the UK about various politicians betting when the Prime Minister would call the election, and they've all placed bets on it. And there's been a hold on a minute, you can't be doing that. You knew.
Yup. Dear auto industry,
back.
can you please bring back the ball chiller vents? Thanks, men everywhere on the planet. You remember that vent?
Yeah.
Used to
the
cool
one
your
underneath
nuts when
the
you're driving
friggin-
down the road?
Yes. Whatever happened to that?
I don't know. They did away with it. I have no idea
It was
why.
cool. It was so nice.
They did
for
that.
cooling the
They did
groin.
away with stuff like that in favor of putting starters inside the bell housing of the transmission, and putting your
That's
water
right.
pump inside the main cover, running off your timing belt. So you know
That's correct. Yes.
when the bearings went on the water pump, you just needed a whole new engine.
You had to replace the timing belt and everything, didn't you, at the same time?
If you caught it in time, mate.
Yeah. One of these will fucking connect.
Next show. I still watch this one.
Who the fuck's that again? Oh, nah, it's gone.
Sergeant Schultz.
Sergeant Schultz.
Hogan's Heroes.
Wouldn't that work? Ooh.
All right, how many of you folks on there know what this is? Better yet, how many of you have ever even used one?
Have to pair them up. Have to pair them up.
I know Kenny's a motorhead, but I don't think he's used it.
What is that?
That, my dear friend, is what you used to have to use if you wanted to add oil to your car. They came in a can with a tin lid and a cardboard side. That's how you used to buy oil, quarts of oil here in the States.
No way.
Yes, sir. And you had to use that to pierce the top of the can to pour the oil in your car.
I would just put that in, then just pour it out. That's so cool.
All right, how about this show?
Oh, God, nah.
I'll tell you his name. Gilligan.
Oh, nah. I just totally
Gilligan's
don't know
Island.
that. Gilligan's Island. Nah, never seen that.
Oh, it's still being played on retro TV here in the States. That's Mary Ann.
Never seen that one. Never seen that one.
I know
sir.
it's black and white, but you can tell a redhead from a brunette.
Yeah, I've never
It's
ever
Mary
seen
Ann.
that.
You had Gilligan, the skipper, the professor, Mary Ann and Ginger, abandoned on an island.
Never ever seen it, sir. Never ever seen it.
Yeah, well, you've seen these ones. You've seen these two.
God. Waldorf, and who's the other one? Oh,
Mary Ann.
Waldorf and oh,
Yes.
who was the other one? It was Waldorf and fucking
Stanton or Stallworth or something like that.
Scarlet. Yeah, something definitely that.
Muppets.
Brilliant, them. The Muppets.
People want to know why we're so sarcastic in society. It isn't just because of the comedians we had. These are the freaking idols we had as children.
Oh, I seem to have froze.
Yeah. Just in time for the watermelon tenderloin.
Yep, I've fucked off for that one.
Guaranteed freshness at Walmart. All right, folks,
Why
pick
am I
a muffin.
froze?
You're back.
There you go. Know where it is? Because it's something to do with Firefox. Because as soon as I minimize Firefox, I start moving again. I don't know why.
Oh, that's not Firefox's fault. That's Windows' fault. Trying to
Windows.
save resources, figuring if it's minimized. Well, we don't need to run it. That's why I legit have 4 browser tabs that I have to have open for the chat, so that the chat keeps getting collected. Because if I put them, in the same thing and only have one open and the other 4 behind it, it doesn't pay attention to the other 4. I need to have them visible and nothing on top of it. Otherwise, it loses chat.
That's
You
so
can't see it.
fucking-
We don't need to run it. We'll pause it.
Got you. Oh,
So Mallory Gates has picked the double chocolate, the double chocolate muffin. That's her favorite. C. Which one do you want? Chocolate chip, blueberry, double chocolate, lemon poppy, cinnamon, banana nut, raisin bran, cornbread, or orange cranberry.
I would go.
Dion78 picked chocolate chip.
I would go orange cranberry. It just looks so nice.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it looks really good.
Blueberry.
All them cranberries sticking out. But I would do that just because the hell I could try something different. Because I can get chocolate chip anytime, I can get blueberry anytime, I can get chocolate anytime.
You know what I have a
Just
hard time
something-
finding around here is that lemon poppy. I loved poppy seeds growing up as a kid. Handed it in all the holiday treats that my mom used to make. Nut rolls and poppy seed rolls.
And
Trying
maybe
to
the
find a good
cinnamon
lemon
one.
poppy nowadays.
The cinnamon one looks
Good luck.
nice as well, actually.
It sure
The cinnamon
does.
one looks very nice.
But if you really want cinnamon, you can get a cinnamon bun or cinnamon roll.
Yeah.
It's like banana nut bread, fantastic. Corn bread is fantastic.
Yeah, orange and cranberry, just to be different.
That's a good point. The only time, and William Dobson's not alone in this, the only time they like blueberries is when it's in a muffin.
Yeah, I'm kind of in that kind of side of the fence, yeah.
Blueberry pancakes is great, but it kind of it's like with me with pickles on burgers. It overtakes the whole flavor of the bite that you're eating.
Yeah.
Whereas if it's in a muffin, it doesn't get lost and be just a blueberry bite. Hey man, I think I downloaded the wrong Star Trek movie.
Jesus.
I don't think that's a real
One
Star
more.
Trek movie. About to watch Hellraiser with a full immersion experience.
Oh, God, that's going to be... Oh.
Spit on that thing. All right, who's this?
Oh, no, it's not PK Roscoe. I was
His
thinking
sheriff
it's,
is Roscoe.
The
Pete
sheriff
Coltrane.
is Ross. Yeah.
And his dog's
come
name is
on.
Flash. But who
Flash.
is
Oh, he's the
that?
mayor. or
Mallory
something,
nailed it
isn't he?
again.
Boss Hog. He's the mayor or
Boss
something,
Hog.
isn't he? Yeah. He's like the mayor or something like that.
Last time you wore a band t-shirt. Who was on your shirt as the band?
I can tell you that easy enough. It was Guns N' Roses. We
You know,
had that
all
on
these
last
t-shirts
week.
are available at Walmart nowadays. ZZ
Yeah.
Top. Oh, I fucking love ZZ Top. Never had one of their shirts, though. William Dobson says faithless.
The thing is, though, when you used to actually go to the gig and you bought the actual merchandise, you always got the shirt with the tour dates on the back. Now the shops are selling like the replicas, but obviously the shite quality.
Yep. Chris Stapleton. Fantastic concert. My wife's like, listen, I got tickets to the one as soon as I come back from my, little boat vacation. She's going on a cruise. The day she comes back, the next day is Chris Stapleton playing at Star Lake, the old Star Lake here. I'm like, I love Chris Stapleton, but I hate Star Lake. And she's like, listen, I got premium parking pass. I've got the tickets that didn't cost me a dime. And if I don't go, the guy that gives me these tickets is probably not going to give me tickets again. I'm like, listen, I love Chris Stapleton, and I loved him when we went to Blossom in Ohio, Blossom Music Center. So, okay, let's go.
Hey, why not? The free tickets, who cares? You know what I mean? Who cares?
Free tickets, premium parking. The only thing that sucks is getting out of the joint when the concert's over.
Yeah.
It's at least an hour wait in the parking lot to get out.
That's the only thing
And
with the
then it's an
drive-in
hour and a
stuff,
half
like-
drive home.
Yeah.
We didn't have that problem with Blossom.
All right. Just sacrificing it. Oh.
You recognize this show?
Oh, God.
I didn't really care for this show. Never could get into it.
It looks familiar, but I can't because obviously you've got the little midget in the middle.
Man.
And the fella
Mallery
down on the
got
right.
it. William Dobson got it.
Taxi. That
Taxi.
Was it, man. Taxi. That was like Danny DeVito's like big break, wasn't it, when he was in that?
It wasn't Hill Street Blues, was it? No. No, that's Taxi. Hill Street Blues was a good show, though.
Oh, like
I did catch that from time to time.
Oh, of course, the Addams Family.
I didn't get into that as much as I got into like Law and Order, but it was a good show.
My mum used to like watching Hill Street Blues.
Garita.
The good old Addams
Family.
family. Yeah. Gomez.
All right, here's more hypocrisy for you guys. Ready? Unpaid internship as a personal assistant in the city of London. Job opening posted 33 minutes ago. Unpaid internship. You know what you're going to do if you take this job? Fight against slavery as a charity based in London. Unpaid? And you're fighting against slavery?
Yeah.
Isn't exactly
kind of doing
that.
It is.
Okay. Vape on you shall. Calm you will keep. You insist.
We shall. Vape on.
Okay. Meanwhile, I get reminded on my phone all the time that I am so popular on Google Maps. Thank you for being a free photographer for Google Maps. You are so popular. You uploaded your picture to the Allegheny National Forest so people would know where the turnoff is to the visitor center. You're so popular. Your photos have 8.5 million views.
God, maybe we should get paid for that.
Meanwhile, useless pictures get 8.5 million views, and this channel hasn't even got 2,000 subs yet.
That's weird, isn't it?
After 3 years. Yeah.
Well, speaking of which, I've got a big thank you to say to people because I reached the 500 subs mark. I reached the first.
I saw that. Congratulations.
Milestone. Yeah, I do apologize to because I was going to make a video, but I've been so tied up in work at the minute. I haven't had, like I said, I haven't had time to do anything on this computer. So just to give this opportunity to thank everyone who's followed and supported the channel. Absolutely love it. So here's to another 500.
Congratulations. Meanwhile, the past week, I got another 8,000 views on Google Maps.
Great, isn't it?
It's great.
Holy moly, what the fuck?
Rest in peace,
he's
dude.
Just died. He's just
Space
died.
Cowboys.
Poor Donald Sutherland's just died. Brilliant actor. Fantastic actor.
Loved him. In so many movies.
Funny.
He was in the MASH movie.
Yes. Was he in the Dirty Dozen? Dirty Dozen or Kelly?
Yes.
He's one of them war films, yeah. He was the Mad Tank.
He's been in several of them. Rest in peace, Donald Sutherland.
Yeah, absolute awesome actor.
Loved him.
Absolutely brilliant actor. He was absolutely brilliant.
Oh, I'm sorry, mate. Did you say you hate cold coffee?
Yeah. Oh, you dirty man. Ugh. You dirty,
so for those of you out there
man,
that wondered why there's no retro vape for this week, well, we're at 4.5 hours already, and all we did is the news and dad jokes.
And now, where the fucking hell's that gone?
It just feels like we just started this stream. 4.5 hours into it.
Holy moly, man. Oh, again.
Wow.
I got me little thing. Guys. I got me little thing. There's me little thing I got.
Awesome.
I've got enough people to fill a jumbo jet, apparently.
Nice.
That was my little thing I got. So again, thank you very kindly, everybody. Totally appreciate it. Love it. Fucking hell, we had 4 hours already. Get away in shape, man. Can it be? William's saying we still missed his pick. We're going to find William's picture. Oh, wait. Get William's picture.
I lost track of where the button was.
You've got that friggin' many of them, that's why.
Listen, if it was my pecker, I wouldn't have lost it.
I bet you wouldn't.
I think this is a fake. I don't think this is real.
I don't know. I'm not going to show you.
Thanks, Stevie. Thanks, Steven.
Is better than smoking.
Thank you. It's been a long time since we've heard that. Andrew Cuomo, how you doing out there?
Yeah, man.
Dropped out of the limelight.
Oh,
what's up with that?
Got that one.
Henry Helder donated $100 to Apathy Miller. Thank you very much for your donation to help out a mate. All right. I guess it's time for a random recipe to wrap up the day.
Hang on a minute.
You got something you want to do first?
I'm just trying something here. Try that.
Fake news.
Yeah.
News just in.
I'm just playing about.
According to Chad, Hunky Vape did not lose his pecker. Now back to your regularly scheduled content of Mixin and Chillin.
You get an F- in my book.
That's brilliant. I forgot about that. I totally forgot about that. I'm sitting there going, I've got these on here.
Anti-vaping propaganda is brain poison. Yeah, it really is.
You get an F- in my book.
Let's keep on vaping like our lives depend on it, because they kind of do.
So with that, I think it's time for a random recipe.
Good news, everyone!
Alrighty, let's ask Sherlock Holmes what can we make, and this is the beautiful list that is brought forth before us today. Let's see, is it really? No, that's all the recipes. What can I make? What can I make? That's the question. Not how many recipes are in your database. I'm looking forward to the 4th of July. Can get a better discount on our flavoring. It's going to add some more into it. What? We have random strawberry milkshake.
I drove in for a quick toilet break there. I do apologize.
Random strawberry milkshake from DIY or Die. We use Capella's milkshake dairy from SSA, New York cheesecake, shisha strawberry from Capella, shisha vanilla, and super sweet and sweet strawberry from Capella. That looks good, but it's a steeper. But you really got to steep that sucker.
I made another one the other day.
What'd you make?
I've done that as a one shot.
Ooh.
Then I added a bit of mullenberry custard in, just a touch, and it's like a creamy butterscotch custard now. Very nice.
Really? Is that simple?
But the only thing is, I can't remember how much I put in because I just done it out of pure experimentation. I mean, most of it, I know that most of it is the butterscotch, and some of it is the custard. But the fucking percentages, I just try that, and then.
Until you got it to taste good, and then you're like, okay, let's see how this vapes.
Yeah.
Hey man, there's nothing wrong with that, but it usually works better if you can at least use a syringe and measure how much you're putting in.
Oh,
take notes.
I was just pouring on.
But there's nothing wrong with that. There's people out there that never do a recipe. They do it exactly like you do it every single time, and they're always happy with it.
It was just a random plan because I'd done I done that vanilla swirl when I got the recipe. When I contacted you on it, that didn't last 2 minutes. That just got rattled straight out. It was that good? That was gone. And then I thought, oh, I'll try something else because I'm just getting 5 litre. I've actually bought a decent amount of VG this time. I'm getting a 5 litre one, so I paid about 25 quid for it. So I've got 5 litres of that. Yeah, I've got a big 5 litre tub now.
It's all she takes, man.
It's all it takes. So I had to play about. I've had to play about it. It's cool. I mean, I'd say if you could probably do with steeping a bit more, but fuck it. Yeah. With it being only 2 flavours, I thought it wouldn't be too bad.
What are we gonna make today? Let me see.
And I mean, I don't know if your audience have seen it, but you know how we've missed retro vapes. Well, just because I can, I'll just show you a bit of retro vape candy. That's what I've just ordered. It came recently. The Neo by QP design. This is the one with all the shit in. It's got all the different bloody top caps, bottom caps. The black one is, I think the black one is for doing, is it fruits or something, because it doesn't go on quite well, in the stainless one's for doing something along them lines. But look at all the different colour combinations you can get. You can matchy with all your mods and that. And that was only 25 quid, folks. I remember when it was out, it was about 40, 50. I think it was about 40, 50 quid when it first came out. I could be wrong. But it was only like, what, 2019 or something when it came out. So it's not that old. But yeah. It's a single coil, postless deck. You squonk it or use it as an RDA.
Go lay down.
So I've yet to find it.
My mate's antsy.
And
They're antsy. Good.
Also got, I mean, they're in boxes, but I mean, come on. Holy shit, can't even get the buggers out. I've got, if I can get the fucker out. What the hell? Well, they done glued this in. I'll push it out. There we go, it's out, it's come out. I bought some new drip tips from Steam Crave. There you go.
Nice.
Drip tip. And I got about 4 of them. Different colours. I thought I'd just get a couple of, because mine are starting to get chewy. They've got teeth marks in and stuff where you play. So I thought, it's time to get some fresh stuff there. So yeah. So I've done a little bit of shopping.
All right, it's time. It's time. I got to settle these suckers down for at least another half hour so we can get their show finished off.
Oh, it's a treaty time. There they are. There's the old guy there. He looks fabulous. Oh, man.
What you want?
Oh.
Right there. Come on and throw it. I touched it for you. You don't want it.
He just looked and went, you're kidding, aren't you?
I moved the camera hopefully to get a better view, but they still don't want to seem to cooperate.
You just kind of looked at that and said, what, do you expect me to go and get that, do you? Have a laugh.
Yeah. What is up with that? The old man's always been camera shy. Ever since we got him. It's so hard to get him to take pictures unless he's out in the yard a distance away and doesn't realize you're taking his picture. Meanwhile, Lucy, the psychopath that's sitting there chewing right now, she doesn't give a shit about anything. Matter of fact, she loves it if you get her wound up for no reason.
I'm glad to see the old fella there's made a good recovery. He looks champion.
Yeah, I was legit at the point where I'm like, okay, I've accepted the fact he's reached his time that, he's going to be done. But my wife proved me wrong.
I wouldn't wish it on anybody. I've had to do it once with my last dog, and I was heartbroken. Absolutely heartbroken.
Yeah, I know. I had to do the same thing with Dora before she passed away. All right. Since I don't see a good recipe here, how about we create one?
Ooh.
Gonna create one. And this isn't actually my recipe. This is a recipe that was sold at one point in time commercially. Let's see if I have a bottle. Okay. That's good. So I'm gonna make 100 mils of it. And yeah, I think I'm gonna leave it at 6 at the default. Let's throw some, let's see, add flavor. Cream cheese.
Ooh.
Icing. Let's go with 3.5. A luscious, delicious mouthfeel. Cream cheese icing, 3.5. Then we're going to go with vanilla butternut.
Oh.
From Flavor West. We're going to go 5.5 for that. New York. From Capella. New York cheesecake. We're only going to be 1.75 because we don't want it to be that thick cheesecake. We want it to be a luscious mouthfeel. That's where the Lorraine cream cheese icing is coming in. And we want a nice mouthfeel, so we're going to go with marshmallow from TFA. And 3.5 of that. And sweet strawberry.
Interesting.
Hold on. Sweet strawberries Capella, not TFA. 3.5. Yep, that's good. Some vanilla custard. We're gonna go with TFA for this one. 2.25. And a little bit of dragon fruit.
Oh my god,
you know what?
bit of dragon fruit. Bit of dragon fruit.
Strawberry ripe. We're gonna go 3.5 for that. And then dragon fruit.
Ooh. The dragon fruit?
1% of that. Oh, something's wrong. You got too much flavoring in here. Yeah, I don't give a shit. We're going to adjust that. Because I'm not done yet. In order to give this a little bit of sweetness, we need our favorite, super sweet.
The good old super sweet.
Just 0.5%. And we're going to adjust this until it quits complaining. Right now, it looks like we are at total 25. So we need this to be in 25 plus 6. We need to drop this 1%. 2.
Ooh.
Am I going the wrong way? Yes, I'm going the wrong way. There you go. So we're at 31.69 for our VGPG ratio.
That's pretty good.
And for those of you wondering which recipe this isn't mine. Sweetheart. Love you.
Oh, is that them candies?
Candies?
Oh, we just got the little pretty sweethearts with little messages on.
No, but you know what? If you love that flavor, all you need is sweet and tart from TFA.
Ah, sweet and tart.
That's sweet tart in a bottle.
Ah.
Nah, mate, this one. This one is a blonde cream base with an emphasis on strawberries.
Very nice.
So it's essentially peaches and cream, but it's not cream as in milk or a heavy cream. It's more as in icing. So it's like a strawberry icing.
Gotcha. Sounds interesting. Interesting.
Okay. And we'll make it public. What the hell? Shave. There you go. That's what we're making today.
Damn, a lot in there.
Now let's get all these flavors. Vanilla buttermilk. Start with that one. Oh my goodness, the camera moved. Flavors, hello and welcome, Darren.
How are you, Darren? Long time no see.
Doing well, mate.
Exactly. Look what the cat dragged in. Good old flavors. How you doing, matey?
Not too shabby considering that's all random on what the message is. I put my 5 pounds away.
You get a fresh one. You get a fresh one for Christmas, matey. You get a fresh one with the king himself on.
So we need dragon fruit, marshmallow.
The fucking garbage.
And the marshmallow was actually sent to us by Darren.
Oh, there you go.
Hot diggity.
That's okay, Darren. Now you're a busy man.
Dragon marshmallow. Strawberry ripe.
You're a busy fella. We appreciate that. But you've just missed some good fun with the news because Australia was very high on the agenda.
Oh, yeah. We spent like an hour, almost an hour, a full hour talking about it.
Well, what they're deciding to do now, so maybe vaping does have a future in Australia.
I don't understand how they can justify banning vaping while they're implementing this prescription model, right? The bans are supposed to go into effect the 1st of July. Meanwhile, there's no hope that they're going to have any formalized legislation until August. And then, there's so many people questioning, who are going to be the suppliers in the pharmacies? Is it going to be just BigTobacco? Wouldn't it be nice to know this kind of stuff ahead of time before we close all the shops for the 1.7 million people out there that are vaping? Oh, man, they're allowed to go to the black market so they can establish their supply sources because we know they're not going to go to the pharmacy anyway.
It's mad. It's a mad world. Absolute mad world.
Oh, utterly preposterous.
They want everybody to, abolish cigarettes eventually, and the only thing that can help you to do that, they want to ban that as well. So it's a no-win situation. Cigarettes will still be around as long as this world is turning. I'm telling you, they'll never go away. Whether they're black market or not, they will never go away.
They don't want it to go away.
Exactly. There's too much money being made out of it, man. There's just too much. If cigarettes just disappeared off the face of the earth tomorrow, look at all the money that would be lost. Millions, not just by billions. It's a global market. Billions.
Here we go. Cream cheese icing.
I don't know what's going on here, but our stream is nice. YouTube's nice. Where Ninja's running nice, but in OBS it's jiggity.
Your OBS.
Yeah, it's jiggity. Yeah, it's jiggity. You're doing stop motion. But then again, I've got that new beta version, so it could be a bug in this.
Yes, it could be. God, this smells so good. That's exactly what it smells like. Cream cheese icing.
What's that, Darren? Let's have a look.
Wow. All right, cream cheese icing. Then we'll go with dragon fruit. I have to order some more of that. Need 1.02.
Oh, you catch up.
Oh, marshmallow. $3.65. Wow. Man, does that smell good. It doesn't smell like marshmallow. It certainly tastes like it. Seems like it's got... I want to say it's got like a cinnamony characteristic to it. Delightful. All right, 3.65.
Yeah, I've just seen that list. I think Darren's just posted a list of all the products that are supposed to be being approved for the pharma thing. List of notified vapes. The TG estate and goods comply applicable standards Australia indicated by. There's a few in Innikins and shit there now, isn't there?
Oh, really?
Innikin. There's Innikin coils. Innikin Cool Fire Z60. I think that's a kit. A few Innikins. Quite a bit of Innikin stuff. A lot of tobacco liquids. Menthols, mints.
Those are the only flavor options you get. Unless you make your own.
Tank systems. Wild Buy. So another the Oxford X-Lim.
Yeah.
Refillable cartridge. That's on. Oxford X-Lim Pro refillable pod device. The Aspire Go-Tech refillable pod device. There's some dot mod pros on there. Oxford X-Lims, few X-Lim, the Geek Vape Z, Geek Vape Q, keeping their coils. There's some big brand names. The Vaporesso is X-Ross 4 Minis on there. The X-Ross Pros on there. So these are all. There's a couple of Vupus, the Argus, the Drag, some PNP coils, dot mod coils, a lot of coils as well. Yeah, these are just all things that's been put in. Interesting. Wonder if they get them.
Yeah, but I still can't get over the fact that they're limiting the flavors. Tobacco, mint, and menthol aren't enough flavors to satisfy 1.7 million vapors.
I think it says there's about 670 entries on that list. Neil Pitts made a white chocolate milkshake juice on Saturday. It was okay. He went back and added butterscotch ripple to it on Sunday. He's now gone through half the bottle.
Is it amazing how you can take something that was just like, this is okay, and all of a sudden it's just like, oh man, I got to have this all day, every day.
Rated R Louis is in the room as well.
Welcome to the stream, Louis. All right, so there's our strawberry 3.5. Now we need our vanilla butternut from Flavor West.
He goes on to say the issue is that 99% of all the pharmacies are refusing to stock. There's a surprise.
Yeah.
It's like what you were talking about. They don't want now to fucking do with it, do they? After all.
Meanwhile, there's 3,000 pharmacies across Australia.
Yeah.
3,700 maybe, something like that. Pharmacies. And what happens when they don't stock anything?
It's like you said, when you touch on it, they don't want to stock because the government said it was bad for you. And they're saying, well, if it's bad for you, why should we fucking stock it? You know what I mean?
Yeah. And then they also know, for the people that do know that it's better for you, they know that this system isn't going to work as a flavor ban. And they don't want to be a part of the industry that's selling it, because the kids are still going to get a hold of it. And they're going to be like pointing the finger at the pharmacies going, they're the only place you can get it. Totally ignoring the black market like they're ignoring it now.
The shift and the blame, aren't they, in a sense?
5.5 of this. That really is a delicious smelling flavor.
Looks nice colour. Looks like a fine whiskey.
Mm-hmm.
I bet it smells delicious. See, we need smell-o-vision, mate. We need
Yes, we do. Someone needs to invent that. Wow. All right, and last but certainly not least, we've got vanilla custard. 2.25.
Mm.
Close enough.
Oh, delicious!
Still too potent. Still smells good. All right, secret sauce. Throw the secret sauce in there. I need 6.2 grams.
The good old secret sauce. There's a sauce that is a secret. Yeah, I'd better remind myself the next time I try to make a recipe, take note of what I'm putting in. In fact, I didn't even think I put it on the scales, to be honest with you. I just swapped it in.
6.22.
Mm-hmm.
Close enough.
Oh. I've just had a thought.
What might be your thought?
If all goes well, the rest of this week, by the time I'm here next week, I could be a fully qualified bus driver.
I'll be chuffed to bits for you, mate.
Holy shit, I didn't realize how close. That's just some cracked right up. Oh. It's weird doing your driving test all over again after such a long time. Fucking hell. It's quite a daunting task, actually, but fingers crossed.
You'll do fine.
It's not the best time of day. It's 8:30 in the morning. So you've got all of the school runs and the last of the people going to work. So the roads could be pretty busy.
Yeah, but that's realistic. I mean, that's what your normal drives are going to be during the day if you're working daylight.
Oh, definitely. But the thing is, the instructor says 85 to 95% of tests are failed because of fucking shit other drivers do that fuck your test up. Like cutting you up or something like that, or pulling out in front of you. They fuck it all up for you.
Here's a good one for you. When my first son went to go get his driver's license to take his actual test. Jeez, oh man.
What happened there?
No.
Boom.
I was trying to install an update in the middle of the stream.
Stop, you bastard.
Yeah, so when my son went to go take his driver's test, passed the written test, and he went to go and start his actual drive. Do you know he never bothered to look at the vehicle to see where the hazards were, the four-ways? Your blinkers? He knew the turn signal, but he didn't know the four-ways.
Oh.
So he failed his test because they never got started because he didn't know where the four-way switch was.
Oh,
and if you don't know your vehicle, you can't pass the driver's test.
Yeah, it's good. There's a few things around the bus we've got to know. Engine stop, emergency engine stop, fuel cap, coolant cap, windscreen washer cap, dip the oil, check your water levels, all that shit. This is the best one. The instructor told us the tale, right? He says, basically, this is the protocol. If you broke down, you rang control, right? And control went through a script. They said, did you reset the master switch? Did you turn this off? Did you turn all the electrics off? Did you reset this, reset that? And he went, yes. He says, and it didn't work. He says, are you sure you tried resetting this, resetting that, resetting that? He says, yes. He says, the tire's still flat.
Oh, mate.
That. That's brilliant. Great, man. Well, for all you UK fans of the football, England drew 0-0 tonight. And the Euros.
I really can't get over this thing. How long I've had this sucker?
It's still going strong.
Still says 15%. I used it when we went camping. It was at 25%. I came home, it was at 20%, and I used it all weekend.
Wow. That's a bargain now if you're getting that kind of life spell out of it. Is it a rechargeable one, yeah?
Yeah. 18 mils of e-liquid inside this thing. I'm looking forward to tearing the thing apart when it's dead. I want to see the inside of it. And I need to do a recording on how to recycle a lot of these ones that, you can't recycle. See, a lot of these things are sealed. They're not glued together. They use ultrasonic waves and vibration to literally melt the plastic at the seam.
Yeah.
So they literally push the two together, apply an ultrasonic vibration to it, and it hermetically seals this joint.
Yeah. Clever stuff, like.
So there we go. Time to let the sucker ripen.
I love you.
Beautiful strawberry cream cheese icing.
Have you made it before? Because you went straight for the 100ml bottle. So I'm just wondering. You haven't?
This came from a commercial business that used to sell it on a regular basis. The recipe. So the only thing I need to adjust in here is the sweetness. Is a 0.5% enough, or do I need 1 or 2? But the flavor profile itself is going to be fantastic.
It sounds
It was one of their most popular sellers before they shut down. And then they released the recipes to the public, unlike a lot of the other places that closed.
Wow, that's so good. At least they released the recipe, didn't it? Normally they keep them top hush secret, didn't they?
Not only did they release the recipes for the e-liquids they sold, they released the recipes for the ones that they still hadn't finalized or nailed down to the final formulation.
Oh, so like the experimental stuff, yeah?
Yeah, so, and I've toyed with those ones before. They're pretty damn good as it was. They just might have had like an off note or something in the recipe, and it's like, now I know why you didn't release it, why you weren't selling it. It's really good. It just has like a characteristic that brings it away from its full potential.
Yeah. So it was like there but not quite there type of thing.
And the thing is, it's all a matter of, trying different flavoring profiles from different companies and seeing how they interact with the other flavoring profiles, because it does matter whether it's a TFA or a Capella or Flavors or whoever. All of them are a little bit different. Yes, they all have the same strawberry flavor as an individual, like a one shot. But when you take and try and mix it with other flavors and other brands, sometimes that combination causes reactions inside the e-liquid.
Yeah, just clash.
That only a chemist would be able to identify.
Mm-hmm. Interesting, sir.
So, I think that wraps it up for today, mate.
That just went nowhere, that.
5 hours gone. We're already 5 hours and 15 minutes already.
Absolutely went nowhere. What the hell happened there?
It flew right by.
Just went through some kind of time zone or something, or time warp. Like, whoa. It just feels like we're still so early into the... It's like, what the fuck?
Like, we didn't do a retro vape. We didn't do a bunch of other miscellaneous things.
Fucking hell, man.
Dad Jokes was quite long this week, but we had 2 weeks worth of stuff that was posted. I'm like, we can go through it all. Start fresh next week.
Wow. Awesome. Hey. Well, again, we're filled 5 hours with, I hope,
and I have so much work to get accomplished this upcoming week. I need to get this Fat Rabbit 2 review video done. I need to get Feelin 2 and the Feelin AX reviews done. Both wonderful devices. I don't think the flavor is quite as good as the Oxva coils for the X Slim series.
Yeah.
But there's nothing wrong with them. And these ones are obviously priced cheaper than some of the other ones, depending on where you're buying.
Yeah.
And coil longevity is fantastic. I've filled them up multiple times already, and it's like, it's so hard to give any cons to these products nowadays. The technology's advanced so far above and beyond what these crappy FDA authorized products are like. I pulled this out today. It's the menthol pod. I thought I was buying something that was going to be banned. Here, they got an authorization for it. And it gave me the same stupid spit back that the Juul did.
Oh, no.
But by the second and third toke, there was no spit back. The tank was no longer flooded. And it works. I just don't like that residual tobacco flavor in my mouth. Don't want it. If they legit banned all these other products out there, I still wouldn't use an FDA authorized product. No way.
No. But just
I would rebuild and use my arbiters and use the Fat Rabbit and the Fat Rabbit Solo and the original Fat Rabbit and my Steam Crave rebuildables. I'm good set. I'm set for the rest of my life.
Hey, you've got plenty there to choose from as well. It's just a nice bit of variation as well.
And there's no way they're ever going to get these off the market. They were never authorized, never before the FDA, but every local gas station convenience store has them.
It's like I said, I mean, with these, they're the loophole. The 2,400 pubs, but the 4 devices and the 4 pods in one. How clever is that? Brilliant idea. Classic idea. There's always going to be a way for them to bend the rules. I'm telling you, always will.
Yeah, because each tank in there meets the 2 mil capacity.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, the whole device, 2468.
Yeah. It's fucking brilliant. Absolute class idea.
This is 18 mils. The next ones are going to be 20, 25 mils.
Oh, they're going to get, the capacity on them is going to get bigger. I don't know how, for keeping something so small and compact to hold that amount of juice and your coil, it's just like, wow, it's getting
Well, don't
ridiculous.
forget that the coils that are in there now are double. They're double stacked. And they're literally alternating on low power between 2 different coils. Because yourself, if you have a tank that's starting to go bad, the cotton's starting to get singed in here, and you leave it sit overnight, and you use another tank for another day, and you come back a day after and pick this up.
That's right.
You no longer have that singed flavor on your coils anymore, and you probably get through most of the day before you start noticing it again. Well, they're using the technology solution here, and the same technology, just alternating the coils, so you never completely overheat one.
It's clever stuff. Tell you, man, honesty, they'll find loopholes to keep these products going because the money makers. It's as simple as that.
And they're doing good to society, so no amount of coercion is going to stop them. So you literally go and walk through their building and arrest every single one of them. They're not going to stop making it.
No doubt. It's just
there's always going to be a country that they could send it to keep making it. And then that country is going to get in the process of sending stuff illegally through the gray market.
Yeah. I mean, it's like here in the UK, they say it's black market stuff. Not all of it is black market. It's just, made by some Joe in his garage. It's legitimate company stuff. It's just that it doesn't meet TPD standards, so they confiscate it all. You know what I mean?
There was a recent video that was uploaded. Regulator Watch, Brent Stafford did a wonderful bit of coverage there. He talked to one of the people who works at eSig Intelligence, right? And they were talking about the data, and they were talking about the market and how it's growing and shrinking. And I left a comment on his video after the fact to correct a little bit of information that wasn't quite 100% accurate. Because he wasn't aware that the FDA just recently authorized the menthol pod for the NJOY Ace, right? So I put on there that the FDA recently authorized menthol pods for the NJOY Ace. And then when I got done with that, I had to edit my comment because I wanted him to know that there's more to it than that. It says it also needs mentioning that their data, eSig Intelligence data, clearly shows the tank sizes in the United States are constantly growing.
Yeah.
It's one of the things he did in his presentation for the eSig conference, eSig Summit. And you need to factor in that this now has 18 mils of e-liquid in a device that costs relatively the same as the last one that came out 3 months earlier that only does 10,000 puffs, right? But they increased the tank size. They went to dual coils, dual mesh coils, and they're alternating back and forth. So now they stated in there that the sales are dropping in the United States. Yeah, but that doesn't mean that usage is dropping.
No.
Because instead of having to buy 3 10,000 puffs, you now have a 30,000 puff device that costs the same as what this did.
So you just buy the one device.
They're not buying them as often because this doesn't go bad as often. And furthermore, I went on to talk about how this decrease in sales doesn't actually reflect the actual use, especially when you factor in the gray and the black market. Yes, the vape shops are shrinking in every measurable level, and they're in decline because why am I going to go to a vape shop if I can buy this in my local 7-Eleven when I stop in the morning for my coffee.
Definitely, yeah.
So the reality is that this disruptive technology is growing faster than ever. And all you need to do to realize that is to take a look at the forecast, the market forecast for cigarette sales and the financial forecast from the antiquated classic tobacco players. And I'm going to leave today's show with this last bit of note for you guys to understand. Progress waits for no one.
No.
The regulators can't
true.
keep up with it. There's no way customs and the police are ever going to be able to enforce it, whether it be here or in Australia. Progress waits for no one. When these things gain popularity because I quit smoking and I tell all my smoker friends that it helped me and my health has improved, no amount of propaganda can counteract that.
No.
And there is a transition taking place all across the globe. This will keep gaining in popularity, and no amount of prohibition or regulation is going to stop it. You will always be able to find a way to not smoke if that's what you choose to do.
Exactly.
It's that simple.
It is.
I
Absolutely.
feel for all the businesses that are being decimated right now in Australia, all the vape shops that legit are smoking cessation centers for that community, but doesn't mean that the technology is going to stop converting smokers into ex-smokers. It just means that more of us are brutally decimated and eviscerated after years and years of converting people to a healthier alternative.
Yep, it's a damn shame as well. An absolute damn shame.
And the more
But the
damage
fight
these
goes on.
regulators do, the more pissed off people they're going to have in society. They're going to be on Twitter every single day countering the misinformation campaigns and calling people out on their bullshit.
Yep, the fight will go on, mate. The fight will go on. Without a doubt. One way or the other.
Yeah. It's a sad reality. It's hard to accept that. Unfortunately, as a paramedic, I've seen plenty of bloodshed in my life. And you learn to compartmentalize that and you move on and you keep marching forward.
Yeah.
Because eventually the truth will win.
Definitely. Definitely.
So my
sir.
wish as
Totally
always, ladies and gentlemen, peace, love, and a hunky vape to end cigarette combustion. Hope you all have a fantastic day, and we'll catch you all again next week.
Yeah, thank you as always to you guys in chat. It has been a magnificent show again. You can see it's been 5 hours and we still couldn't cram it all in. That's how much content we have for you, boys and girls. But as always, you know, you can contact Alex through his usual media, you know, the Discord, Facebook groups, all that. You know, post your hand checks and your pet checks. We'll want your pet checks. Want a picture of your pets as well. And I think we've got to confirm with Simon. I think this Saturday coming, Simon62 wants me and Alex on as guests. So once we confirm that, we should be on there this Saturday. It will be 8 p.m. UK time. What's that? Your time? About 12? No, 2 o'clock your time, something like that. Yeah, so keep an eye out for that. And before you go, put that little thumbs up. And all you guys who are watching on the replay, again, hit that likey button. Helps the channel out greatly. So until the next time, folks, you all stay safe, vape safe, and we'll see you all very soon. You take care now. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye now.
Thanks for listening. We'll be back next week again for a fresh round. Stop.